Hello friends, how's it going? Welcome back. Hope you had a lovely day since last we were together. It's a sincere pleasure to be here with you right as we get started. One annoying thing is I can't get myself out of the Victoria 3 window, which is fine, except even when I Alt-Tab, the map still follows my mouse pointer. And so when I go over to the other screen to like change scenes and say hello to you all, the map goes flying wildly along. It's a bit of an issue. Whatever, it's fine. Hello everybody. Hello to Axix. How's it going today? Hi to Jim. A pleasure, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Pepper. Hi, Slivers. Hope you're having a good day for sure. Nairo, hello. Jack, how's it going? Welcome, Smarisha. Welcome, Blue. And yes, it's very, very whooshy indeed. Also, I just noticed that if I whoosh my hand across the screen, it appears to make green screen weird. Let's see. Whoosh. Whoosh! Yeah, right there. Where is it? Where is it? Why? What is happening here? Makes that happen? That's weird. That's weird. Something shadows. We'll figure that out eventually. The ongoing struggles of the Twitch streamer. Speaking of which, yet again today I came down to my streaming room to discover that all of the overhead panels had fallen to the floor. I think what happens is in the cold weather, the tape that I use to hold the foam panels to the ceiling bends a little bit, and in the process of bending, it pulls itself down. So I don't know how I'm going to fix this, but don't you worry. One of these days, this echo-proof room will be echo-proofed. Today is not that day. I'm a wizard. Thank you. Thank you. Magically green. Ah, that's good. It's good to know I have this one and only secret power. Maybe I'll discover more as time goes along. Friends, it's a Tuesday in my neck of the woods, which means there will be a long stream today. I don't know how long. Last time we had a long stream, no teaching day, I streamed for, I don't know, I think like 6 hours or so. Today might go that long also, because man, these Paradox games just get in the blood. These Paradox games keep demanding more and more and more time, and I'm happy to give myself over to that kind of thing. Now, as we begin today, I have something to share with you I forgot to share yesterday. Usually the Monday morning stream is the time when I stand here and tell you about my weekend, and yesterday I forgot something very important, very interesting, that I think you're going to enjoy learning about. And it's what's known as Yakimo. And you say, what, Yakimo? What kind of Japanese sorcery is that? I think by way of introduction, I would like to show you a video. And I didn't load this up before stream, because I only remembered during stream, as it was beginning. So give me a moment to pull it up, but you will learn what Yakimo is, and I'll tell you stories, and that'll be fun. But for now, we go here. Excellent, it's kind of loaded already. Let's put this down. Here comes some sound. I hope it's not too quiet, not too loud. Let me push this button and this button here. And this button. Good. All right. Let's see how it is.
Yakimo, Yakimo, Ishiyakimo, Yakitate.
Okay, so the song goes on that way for a while. Friends, this is the Japanese equivalent of the ice cream truck. However, instead of selling ice cream, they're selling hot, sweet potatoes, which sounds ridiculous in concept, but in the same way that Americans have ice cream in the summer, Japanese folks have hot, sweet potatoes in the fall and the winter. And so after dark, when it's real cold outside, you hear this song coming while these trucks drive very, very, very slowly along the side of the road. They sing this song that is hot, stone-fired sweet potato, hot, stone-fired sweet potato, yummy, yummy. Where definitely like the ice cream truck plays Pop Goes the Weasel or The Entertainer or something. Instead, it's this song of a man singing. Now, apparently, historically, there actually was a man singing. It was like the Puragra guy in the Heights. It'd be a person with a cart going down the road singing his song. Now, unfortunately, they've moved to the trucks, and it's just a recording. And apparently, all of the trucks use the same recording, which is really quite lovely. But yeah, they go very, very slowly down the street, and the driver looks at you while going by. And definitely in my case, I then felt obliged to engage with him. And so we hurried over, and they sell the hot sweet potatoes by weight, actually. And there's two kinds, one of which is described as being more potatoey, and one of which is described as being more sweet. And we definitely tried the more potatoey one over the weekend. And it was seriously, I don't know how big it was, like bigger than my phone, probably like a phone and a half size of sweet potato. And they give it to you in a bag. And if you want to, you can like very neatly and tenderly push the sweet potato out of the bag and take little bites of it. Delicious. Or if you're resorty, you just grab that thing, pull it out of the bag, and eat it like, I don't know, a hot dog perhaps. And it's so warm and tasty. And like it's a lot of sweet potato, but it keeps you warm. It's an interesting flavor. And it was nice. Unfortunately, they sell literally nothing else. No drinks, no sides. It's just sweet potatoes. And that lovely, lovely siren song. So I think we'll do that again in the future, especially if it gets even colder still. So far, it's only gotten down into like the 40s Fahrenheit, but I'm sure we'll get colder beyond that soon. Other than that, what do I have for you today? Not much else, actually. Not much else. Oh, time to bring your own brown sugar? Yeah. Definitely I like brown sugar and syrup on my sweet potatoes, but neither of those were available. We don't believe in condiments here. Also, I'm sweating. I'm not really sweating. It's my shower. Today I got out of the shower like 3 minutes before stream started. I was genuinely putting on my tie in the last minute of the countdown. I thought for a moment we'd have to like, oh gosh, put our clothes on stream. That'd be a disaster, but nonetheless, we're here. We're dressed. Things are looking good. Let me push a button real quick. Hello button. Boop. Very good. Very good. Let me have the game sound going again because I turned it off so you can enjoy the Yakimo song. Maybe later I'll sing the Yakimo song for you. Who knows, who knows. Push this button here. Excellent. Okay, today we continue our Victoria 3 playthrough. This is our second playthrough of Victoria 3. The first one was Good Guy Sweden playthrough. We've now swung wildly in terms of morality, but not wildly in terms of location. We've moved from Sweden just down into Belgium, not terribly far away, at least by American standards, and we are being horrible people. We're being colonizers. We are attempting to control rubber trees, rubber sap, I don't know how it works yet, but rubber something, down in Central Africa, and it's just going to be an absolute bloodbath. Nobody wants this. Nonetheless, let's push the button, let's get to it, and we'll see how this goes. Give me Victoria. There we go, okay. Eventually I'll have the timing down on that, and y'all be very impressed. Gotta work on it. Gotta work on it. Okay. I do feel profoundly disorganized this morning, when I'm not normally while playing. Okay, so here we are. Here's the world. The game has just begun. It's just early days here. So far, I think nothing has changed in Europe proper, except for we have continued the animosity between the Dutch and ourselves. The great hope of the playthrough, at least in the short term, is that we liberate Luxembourg from the Netherlands. Now, I'm not sure I want to incorporate them in ourselves, but I would like to at least make sure they are free from Dutch oppression, as we have recently freed ourselves from the same. Currently, we're on the way to becoming only a minor power. Yesterday's stream, we began climbing to be a major power, but just slowly. The big issue for us right now at the home is we don't have many unemployed people. Yeah, as you see there, 0.62 thousand unemployed people. I believe that's 620 dudes nationwide have no jobs. And we'd like to fix that. And the number one way we're fixing that is by trying to make the church love us, which is not happening currently. But if we can get them to love us a little bit more, we'll then be able to get a bonus to birth rate, and that will hopefully help us get enough workers to be able to run all of the industries. Simultaneously, to trying to get the industries up and going at home, we are beginning to expand abroad. Right now, we are making nice with the Congolese. As you see, they're cooperative to us. They would like very much to help us in whatever we want to do down here. Surely shaking some hands, having some smiles. Nothing bad will happen down there, comma, winky face. We'll see. We'll see. As of right now, a large portion of our population, made up of the rural folk, do not want us going on the colonial adventures, but gosh, we want to. Right now, we're working on a chance of enacting that. We have a 30% chance of pulling that together, but we'll see. Also here, there's a war occurring in the west of Africa. Somehow France and Great Britain are fighting for control of this coast. My deepest hope is once we get down here, the Portuguese just leave us alone. As right now, we're cooperative with them also. I worry as we find ourselves sharing a border down here, that cooperation will go away, but who knows? Alright, closer to home, what on earth are we doing? We are building a little bit, but not too terribly much. This because while we're refilling our unemployment queue, we also want to refill our bank account. So once these things are built, I think we're just going to sit by for a little while and let time pass, let children grow up, and hope it all works out. But for now, we unpause and we see what happens in the game. We need more trade route convoys. Unfortunately, we don't have access to any more ports right now. Unfortunately. Also, the game volume keeps changing up and down in a way that's throwing me off. I don't know if it's hard for you all to hear, but down just a little bit. We'll see. Okay. So, paper's very expensive. Currently, we're trying to get some more paper made very soon. Also, you will notice that we're part of the British market. We have access to all kinds of trade goods because Britain controls the whole wide world. This, though, makes my own personal economy hard to understand, and so I'm considering leaving the British trade empire just to understand what's happening at home a little bit better. Hesse is now interested in the Rhine. Hesse is... Haha! We're monsters! Before we deal with Hesse, here's a question about this. We now have colonial resettlement. The armed forces love this. The industrialists love this. The rural folk are even more unhappy. They're beginning to become radicalized. They're going to suggest that this place has been built on the back of farmers, and how dare you look for laborers elsewhere. But now we're able to begin colonizing, providing land to settlers from the country's incorporated states. Okay, how does this work now? The first thing first, it's an institution. Colonial affairs, 0.10 colonial growth generation. We can also step it up to 0.2. This will consume more bureaucracy, but as of right now, we have plenty of free bureaucracy. So we push this button. Great. And now, how do we actually factually colonize? Okay, so were we to push the make Dominion or puppet button here, it would lead to Portugal and Spain trying to stop us. We don't want that. Though Britain might assist us. If I just do Conquer State, the same thing. Maybe we should land at the unincorporated territory here and then march to Congo. So how would that work? Okay, I just don't know how to colonize yet. So right-clicking on these folks gives us literally nothing. What if I get closer to home? Does that change anything? No, still nothing. Maybe I need to wait until the colonization institution goes through. Or maybe there's a way to look up colonies in the Wikipedia thing. Where is it? Where's the Wikipedia? I thought it was right in here. But perhaps not. Alright, I'm sure some of you know how colonization works. Any quick tips here? Where on earth is the Wikipedia? I thought it was here somewhere. Here it is. Okay. I'd like to know about colonization. Colony, settlement efforts initiated by a colonizing country in the lands of decentralized nations. A would-be colonizer must have the colonial affairs institution and an interest in the region. At first, a single province will be taken. Adjacent provinces will be colonized at a rate depending on the country's colonial growth, generating tension as they do. Okay, so it says decentralized nation in particular. And we have to have an interest there. Has our interest not turned on yet? I know we have an interest in the Congo. That is definitely true. Now, what is the Congo exactly? It's this whole area there. We can see the highlighting turning on and off. Hey, Baroness Thatcher, it's awesome seeing you. Anytime we play a Paradox game, I always hope you'll stop by. I'm really enjoying the game so far. It's very different from the roleplay of CK3, but it's more interesting to me as an economy simulator than EU4. It feels like a middle point between the two, like definitely pretty far away from each of them, but I'm enjoying it more than I enjoy EU4, but less than CK3. Now that said, Victoria also has like the novel excitement of being a brand new game, and there's a lot to learn about, and so it's possible I'll get bored, but for right now, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it a bunch, for sure. Okay. So we have our interest in the Congo, and it said we have to engage with unincorporated nations. Now, these are countries. They say nations are countries, and is that actually a distinction in this game? Oh boy. Okay. Decentralized nation. Country is a parcel of land organized into a state. I think back at like 3rd grade, I learned the relationship between like a country, a state, a nation. Part of it was like the land, the people, the governmental structure, etc. A state is definitely the government. A country is the land. I hope that the game is using it in the same way that I learned long ago. Country is land organized states. It's not using the same way I learned it. The country is me, though. That is good. In a decentralized nation, colonization is an action or diplomacy menu. Wrong, thank you. Because I did the clicking, and nothing happens here. I did the clicking, and this is all like, let's involve ourselves in war. Well, look, this game of achievements like CK3, it does. Very, very, very similar to CK3. Possibly using the exact same menu. And so many different ways that you can be encouraged to do certain playthroughs. And I think it's awesome. Alright, so we go to the diplomacy view. We can then attempt to colonize. It is presumably a play. Establish colony. There we go. Congo. So we land here apparently and head this way. Okay, to land here we need quinine, which I think we're either working on right now or it's the next thing to get. We can start here though in South Cameroon and then head south. Sounds awesome. Having clicked that button, what awful thing is going to happen to me? Thousands and thousands of days to get started there. Malaria is causing the big problems. So let's check out our technology real quick. What am I actually working on? The Bessemer process to improve our steel production will take another year to go. If we go for quinine instead, which is right here, it'll take 32 months. I'm going to go ahead and move over on this just to stop my poor people of dying of malaria. This is the natural defense against colonization, but someday that will get done. We can also go ahead and colonize the other area we have an interest in, namely the South Pacific here. And I do not know how to choose among all of these. What are you? You are Tahiti. That's like a nice vacation place. Let's colonize there also. That's much, much faster. Probably because of the no malaria issue. 2 colonies. I don't know how colonies are yet weighted in terms of what we have to give them. Are we going to ruin our? Are we going to ruin our economy trying to fix them? We'll see. We'll see. All right. We have here a bread butter ballot event. Grocery prices are increasing in a big way. The Catholic Party has substantial opposition. How are we going to fix grocery prices? Well, we can say eat something else, like rats or something, or we give them soup kitchens instead. If we give them soup kitchens, it costs big money. However, that's all. There's no special benefit to it other than the Catholic Party doesn't fall apart quite as fast. They're the biggest party. It's called the Catholic Party, but it's made up of the bourgeoisie, the church, the armed forces, and the landowners. So I think we're okay. The only issue is if the industrialists take over. Now, that said, the industrialists probably want slavery in Africa, so I think we're okay with that. I can't spend money right now, unfortunately. Okay. So these are isolated, our two new colonies. Isolation is a market status, like the over-infrastructure penalty we've had in some of our states before. Those who have only been like 80% isolated, I think this is 100% isolated probably. We need to build a port or a railroad in each of these. But I'm allowed to build that before the colonization happens. I am. Interesting. I'm actually a little surprised by that. We're allowed to start building even when you don't really control it. Huh. Right now we have 2 conscription centers there. They need more small arms and artillery. Let's make a barracks also. And so we'll need to increase our arms production for that. Likewise in Tahiti. Hello? We want to go ahead and... Wait, is that where I'm colonizing? It all looks the same to me, man. Oh, here it is. That's Vanuatu. We have tension with them. Tonga. I'm pretty sure we started Tahiti, didn't we? Let's find the colonization page and see what we can do. Is that diplomacy? Maybe we can find it via established colony. There it is. It is Tahiti. And that is indeed this here. So Tahiti is still in its own market. I started this only slightly after I started the one in Africa. So something is happening I don't fully understand. That's Tonga. That is indeed Tahiti. Maybe we can only colonize one thing at a time? Is that possible? Yeah, because I can't build anything there yet. We'll check again in a little bit. Alright, we're still hemorrhaging cash in a big way. The hope is as we get our paper online, that will help some. The intelligentsia are pretty cranky with us right now. That's dropping prestige, which means that we're going to more quickly stop being a major power. So what is upsetting the intelligentsia these days? They do not like that we have religious schools. They do not like that we have national supremacy, right? This is our place where we are attempting to convince the Belgians that Belgium is for them in particular, as opposed to being for all people around the world. Colonies can go in the sidebar. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, being able to modify the outliner is really, really cool. Thank you for the assistance there. So Belgium Tahiti is where? It is the same place. May I had to click on just the right part of it, as opposed to the whole nation. That's exactly it. So you have to start clicking on the colony there, as opposed to being the land. Okay, so a port. And a barracks. We'll send more troops there as we can. Thank you for the help with that, Blue Link. An election is coming. There's been a wild swing in the polls because it allowed the Catholics to lose some of their momentum. So it looks like the Free Trade Party is going to win this thing by a pretty handy amount. And it's just the industrialists. I'll be curious to see what comes of this. As of right now, the industrialists love me, so it's not a huge problem if they're in power. But they may not want the same laws I want. We'll see, we'll see. Alright, with all the extra bureaucracy we have, we're able to start more trade routes. We're also able to continue bonusing our institution of colonialism, which is happening on its own. 36 more weeks to go, and then we'll have more colonial growth. We're shipping all of our people across the seas, which probably damages our unemployment at home, but cool to see. Cool to see. We now have 4 steel mills made inside of Belgium. That was a mission the game gave us. And it took a while to get it going because we're having employment problems in particular. So at this point, are all 4 of them fully operational? Yes, or at least close to it. All of them are indeed getting employment higher and higher. Nothing in this queue is especially expensive. It's all average prices. Great. Our next missions are to begin producing motors. We have trains. We have the first railroad in all of Europe, apparently. And so we need motors to keep the engines running. And then an encouragement that we lower the price of iron, coal, and steel to cheaper than 20% here. Oh boy. All right, so we need to make more iron mines and coal mines and steel producers. And then we also need to make some motor industries. As of right now, we have 16,000 people unemployed. Awesome. That should be enough to run some of these things. So where are the unemployed people right now? Flanders has no one unemployed. It's all in Wallonia. So, Wallonia, I would like you to have additional mines, I believe. Cool. And then, do we have unemployed people? Yes, we have unemployed people also in our 2 colonies. Now, it looks like the construction sector from home also improves, or it also is used as construction in the colonies. I think it goes faster if you have a construction sector in the colony itself. But as of right now, I can't support that with my current funds. And we are heading very, very close to being a debtor nation. We only have 95,000 in gold reserves remaining. I thought this would be fixed soon, but not quite yet. Election is completed. The Free Trade Party did win overwhelmingly. They're the people with the most clout. They're the people who are very happy. So how do we fix after the election? If we change absolutely nothing and leave the Catholic Party in power, we're quite legitimate as a nation. But if I go ahead and follow the electorate, what happens? Huh. We go from 68 to 44, just putting the winners in. And nobody else wants to be part of this. So what happens if I put them both in power? Alright, so the Catholics and the Free Trade Party are maintaining a unity government. We're getting a bunch of radicals. People are not terribly happy right now with us. But we'll work on it. We'll work on making people happy with more laws, surely. Alright, groceries are real pricey. Something I'm curious about. Let's look at the British market, which is our market. What does food look like here? So food is really, really, really expensive in the British market because a lot of people want to buy it, and there's not that much produced. This might be a mistake, but I'm going to go ahead and leave the British Trade Union just to see if we can focus on things for ourselves. So we're now just the Belgian market again. The British will not like this, It's only negative 30 relations, though, and we're currently positive 62. We're back just to being Belgium again. And now I want to make things nice with the British to make up for my cruelty in leaving their market. We'll see how things change over as that goes. Oh no! Oh no! So because we're only a minor power again, we lost our major power ability. We lost our ability to have interests in our colonies. I'm going to junk the interest in Iberia and focus instead exclusively in the Congo. Okay. No more Iberia. Yes, more Congo. So I do wonder if being part of the trade union here gave us enough prestige to be able to have more interests. It may have been a very bad decision to leave that. That's fine, though. We'll figure it out. Are the railroads or port fair getting made? Yeah, so I want to bump this one up also to stop the colonies from being isolated. Now that said, we're going to lose our colony in Tahiti, I believe. We're getting rid of this. Congo's bad investment about quinine. The quinine is coming. It is coming very, very quickly, I swear. In 26 months, it'll be good to go, and then we'll really speed up there. But I'm okay with having a bad investment. That is the name of the playthrough. Alright, so having left the market, we now have tremendous troubles with our economy. May I rejoin the market? They don't want us in the market right now because their attitude towards us is cautious, because we left them previously. Maybe leaving the market was a huge, huge, huge mistake. We'll see. Hey friends, how's it going? I have 2 battalions in reserve. Why is that? They're merely conscripts. So why do I have 2 conscripts raised? Oh, I see. So we've sent conscripts down south to hold us on to, or hold our colony. As we make our barracks there, these should go back to being just workers instead. Now, because I'm not holding on Tahiti, we're going to dump this one also. So we need lower prices of iron, coal, and steel. Also, a boiler explosion! Oh boy. A factory in Wallonia has been rocked by a tremendous boiler explosion. Everyone is despairing terribly. Someone lost a hand. This is foreshadowing. The story of the tragedy has quickly become a national event. The scalding steam rushed out of the burst boiler and into the faces of the men on the shop floor. If the blast itself or flying debris didn't get them, the steam surely did. Alright, we could say the eventual cost of progress. If we do that, we'll have more radicals. However, the industrialists love us even more. I should say we don't believe in exploiting our people. The trade unions then gain power, or machines are dangerous. Let's have the rural folk enjoy their agriculture instead. Well, seems like the price of progress to me. Currently, a little over 10% of our population is radicalized against us. This, though, is the cost of progress. The leader of the rural folk has retired. So who is running the rural folk now? Paul de Isserl. He is pious, which means nothing. He's a demagogue, which means that his interest group is going to get larger and stronger too. Unfortunate. Are we still suppressing them? We're not. Earlier we were suppressing them. I believe as of right now we're not supporting or suppressing any of the powers that be. True. True. All of my authority is being spent on taxes. However, I have enough free authority right now that I could potentially start new taxes, which will surely fix my economic problems. By which I mean, they're not going to. The most money we can make is on opium, only 600 monies, so that's not going to do it. Okay, I kind of suspect, sort of suspect that our economy is ruined enough that it's all going to fall apart. But we'll see. If we get the colony going, if we get the quinine going, if we get industrializing in a big way, it'll be awesome. We need sugar, we need sulfur, we need dye, all the things from the earlier trade relationship, all falling apart. Now, maybe I can step these back. So I believe we're using dye in all these places because we had dye in the trade market. So if I trade this from dye workshops back to hand-sewn clothing, we'll be using no dye, I believe. That seems like a good move. Dye is also used in the paper mills. Or sorry, sulfur is. We'll pull back on that also. Sulfur is being used here also. We may need to import some sulfur. We'll figure out where else dye is being used in a bit here. Okay, let's check out the market and see what we can do to fix some of these problems. As of right now, people really want to buy our meat, which is very, very cheap here. We'll send it to the British for right now, not super helpful. We send it to the French also over land, which makes it free of convoys. What else do we have scads of? Scads of iron. So this is really interesting. We have scads of iron, and the game would like us to lower the price of iron, steel, and some third thing, coal, to 20% cheaper than base price. So as of right now, iron and steel are both well cheaper. It's just coal then. I don't think I can have any more coal mines here, so if I import coal, they'll probably complete this mission. Let's see though if we can build more coal mines first. I think no, unfortunately. Whoops. Ah, wait, really? I can have up to 70 coal mines? Oh, okay. There are some screens, and I don't know which ones they are, but there are some screens where you see how many you have, but out of how many possible. This is not one of those screens. So I thought because it said 5 here, that was all I could have. Oh, we can have so many more. What on earth am I doing? Fix the economy super quick. Alright, so we have military power and a port in our colony next. Now, because iron is so cheap, we want to do the coal mines first. And then what else do I have a bunch of I don't need? So, what just changed? No, we're still negative 20 here, which is exactly the requirement. We have a bunch of extra services. How does one export services? All right, you don't. You just don't. That is the answer. So we need more things that consume services. I think all that consumes it is population, folks, as opposed to any building. So having more middle and upper class will help with that, I think. Though we are still a terribly impoverished nation. We'll work on that, I promise. We got lots of wine. I'm definitely going to export that. Going to Prussia and France again for free. We get 5 more from Spain. We don't really need that. Now, do I have enough convoys for these? We can get some convoys back by turning off some trades. U4. Hey, Bruno. I feel like I need a college level course to figure out this game. There's a tremendous amount going on in this game. I think just more time experiencing it and playing with it we will all learn. However, right now we've learned about hydraulic cranes. Our ports can be more better. That is great. Having higher tier ports gives us more ships to have more convoys. Speaking of which, the port in our colony has now begun. Hello, little friends. And so it now has 6 available infrastructure. It is now connected with our main market. That's not me, sorry. This is me. Yeah, you gotta click right on the part you've colonized. So here we have 150 taxation, 7 infrastructure. We are indeed connected to our home now. South Cameroon is a split state. Their interests here in Belgians, Spain, Fang, and Douala. So it looks like the Spanish and the Belgians are simultaneously trying to colonize here. We're gonna have to kick the Spaniards out. Like, this belongs to me, you stay out, or else. Now, can we see where the Spaniards are here? Okay, they took this little island here. Can we see if it's fully colonized? How does that work? They have discoverable resources there. They also have so much malaria. So I can see that I'm not fully colonized. I'm way, way far away. If I click into myself... Okay, so down here in the bottom left is growing colony. Their bottom left says nothing other than there's homelands. So maybe you don't get to see other players' colonization progress. So can we see if Spain has quinine yet? Can you see other people's technology? I'm guessing you can't. Huh. They don't have a colonization institution. They must. No colonial affairs. Wait. How is Spain having a colony with no colonization? This country does not engage in any formal type of colonization and cannot establish colonies. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Are there colonies at game start that are, like, free? And even though the country is not allowed to do that, it's either recently been changed, or it's bug, or it took in a diplomatic play. Okay. Okay. So you can colonize... Wait, I don't understand cannot establish colonies. Because I'm going to say you can colonize via diplomatic play. But that sounds like you can colonize. Exciting times. Exciting times. We'll figure out eventually, folks. This game will make sense someday. They start with that island. Awesome, thank you. Awesome, thank you. Tahiti's isolated. Wait, so I'm allowed to still have a colony in a place where I have no interest? So you only have to have the interest while actually starting the colony? After that, you can just ignore it? That's crazy. I'm so surprised. So they need a port also. Huh. Not actively colonized, they have old colonies. Cool, that makes sense, thank you. Give you a barracks also. Interesting. Something in the market is real cheap. The steel. So until I have the price of coal way down, I'm going to export some of this as I can. The giant French economy wants more and more of my things. And then steel also will export. Russia, the British. Okay. Money is still a problem, but less than before. Okay, the battalions in reserve are in Wallonia, Flanders, and the Cameroon. This general has 5 dudes currently. He's allowed to have up to 20 dudes. So why are the ones in Flanders not assigned here? They will move on their own, correct? Oh, I see. There's only one person garrisoned. That one person who's garrisoned is in South Cameroon. So I want to move my general, one of my generals down South Cameroon. Okay. You can't mobilize a general unless you have a diplomatic play going. That's not what I need. So do I have to promote a general here also as opposed to moving one? Yes. Okay. Either have Albert Florent Joseph Prissy. He's a surveyor, which increases I have no idea what. Expert grasp of terrain in their own country. So bonus to home fighting. In any territory owned by its country. So it sounds like that includes the colonies. Chartered terrain is a battle condition. We've yet to actually be part of a battle. I don't know how they work. The same with good visibility. So probably both of these significantly strengthen the commander, but I don't know how yet. Diplomat does not affect him. Oh, no, it does actually. Sorry, it benefits morale recovery. Imperiousness means even less morale recovery. Offensive planner sure does like fighting. Or on the other side, we have Frederick de Honnens. He is a little healthier, protects morale instead, and he destroys stuff. Alright, I don't know which is better actually, but I like this guy's hair, and so you win, sir. Welcome to the ranks of being a brigadier general down in the Congo. We need to give him more and more troops as time goes by, but we'll work on that. Also, hopefully he doesn't die of malaria before we get quinine researched. Do I have tariff maxed out on the things I'm exporting now? I should definitely look into that. Thank you for the fine suggestion. Little bit more money coming in, but every single bit counts. We are still struggling with the lack of sugar, clippers, sulfur, and engines. Can we import those? None of these are the ones we're looking for the government. However, let's go ahead and check them out and see if we can make big money on them. Nope, none there. Wood, some good money. Engines. And the British. Still have plenty of convoys, apparently. The Clippers. So expensive here. Yeah, being connected by overland seems so cool. We still have 920 convoys available. Running out of bureaucracy is going to be the biggest issue. So sulfur I'd like as well. Bring it from Prussia. And now we are apparently over on bureaucracy. Though it's still showing a positive here. If we unpause, it might go negative in a real big way. Okay. Institution growth is halting. Is it? Is it? The number is indeed going down bit by bit by bit. Will we hit level 2 before this counts down all the way? In order to help with that, we want to make a new governmental administration building. And we make that here. We can. It costs more money, but it'll give us additional bureaucracy. How many unemployed people in the various holdings here and there? In Flanders, we have no one unemployed. Wallonia, no one unemployed. Cameroon, 10,000 people unemployed. Belgium, Tahiti, nobody. So South Cameroon is the place for expanding right now. Still positive on bureaucracy. Very good, very good. I can't add more trade routes until I have more bureaucracy coming in. Hello, Stymie. I agree. I feel a little bad, like frankly a lot bad about my my stream title today. It is definitely trivializing awful parts of history, but you know, these things happen. Okay. This is why I can't do bad guy playthroughs. Because when I do bad guy playthroughs, I use my same, like, general humorous approach to all things. And where it's totally fine to, like, joke about good guy behavior, it feels, like, morally problematic to joke about bad guy behavior. And yet here we are. The debt has begun a little bit. We're paying $276 a month on interest, or a week, or whatever it is. This is going to get worse and worse and worse and worse as time goes by. If I could just stop constructing, that would be good. Now, as I have limited peasants, I'm going to stop a lot of this building. Oh, is there a pause button? There's pause all. Are there pause individual ones? There aren't. Once you start building, you have to finish building them. I'm just going to cancel them. That's fine. You're incapable of taking the evil approach when given a choice. So generally I am, unless I begin the playthrough by saying I'm going to be evil in this playthrough. Yeah, and I think because the colonization is evil in principle, etc., to learn about how colonization works in the game, I need to say, let's be evil in this playthrough. But if it comes like in the middle of a playthrough, I just choose good guy always. Have I checked for plantation goods here yet? I have not. How does that work? Tea plantations, sugar plantations, dye plantations, cotton, coffee, and bananas. So probably this is big, big, big money, all these things. We need dye badly. So I don't fully understand how colonization works. Like, really and sincerely, I assumed we couldn't do anything here. Yeah, I assumed we couldn't really do anything here until colonization was done. But that's not true. I wonder what would change once we actually have a colony. But yeah, having good imports seem really good. Start a few of these. Games like this are the best way to do scumbag things without feeling like a scumbag. Yes, I think because it's all just sliders and buttons, you don't have to look too serious like the horror. Where in RimWorld, if you're a bad dude and like engage in cannibalism, you see your little colonists pick up the enemy body and go chop, 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 surprise human meat. Very, very different than this game. That said, the pop-up events are often of the form, you are a bad person. A very, very bad person. The price of sulfur has absolutely dropped. Also, nobody wants my fine art yet. We export it? Nobody wants my fine art. So I started an art institute really early because I thought it would help with our prestige and such. It has done nothing for us. We got problems with railway tickets, rather. And that railway, the food, the railway. So strengthening the railway seems important. Sulfur is so cheap right now. We brought in quite a bit of it from somewhere. So maybe I need fewer of those. I know, Klaus. Hello, Klaus. It's good seeing you. We're only bringing sulfur in from Prussia. It doesn't cost any convoys, so I'll continue this even though it's real cheap here. I can increase the tariffs with a little bit more money. Okay. The port in Tahiti is getting made. That'll fix this. The price of coffee has gone down. Now, I haven't actually built my own coffee plantations, so I don't know where coffee is coming from. Oh, it's not. So there are no sell orders and no buy orders. Coffee is purely a luxury drink at this point in history. The upper strata has high enough standard of living. Okay, I need to figure out the relationship between standard of living and wealth. Because consumption is based on wealth level. This is standard of living. I don't know if standard of living and wealth are the same thing. Let's check that out. Have I gotten rubber yet? No, we don't know about rubber yet. We are currently getting coffee and cotton and so on from here. Eventually we'll get rubber, I hope. Alright, so what is wealth? A measure of the pop's material assets. To sustain a certain level of wealth, the pop is a set of needs. If income does not cover the cost, wealth will decrease. If they have money left over, wealth will increase. Wealth is the main factor of a pop standard of living. Okay. So it's similar to standard of living, but not the same. This is standard of living. Can I find wealth somewhere? This tells us about their standard of living and desires, but it tells nothing about actual wealth. If we go to the upper strata, nothing wealth there. Capitalists, nothing wealth there. It isn't there if you look at the number in parentheses. I'm guessing you mean this number. That's income. That's how much they're paying comparatively. Standard of living. I don't see the wealth number exactly. Trying to find the things. It's in the population tab. Alright, thank you very much indeed, Big Papa. It feels weird to read your name. Thank you, Big Papa. Okay. No wealth, no wealth, no wealth. Professions, cultures, religions. Looking for the buttons, friends. Looking for the buttons. Detailed list. Here we go. Peasants, tell me of your wealth. Standard of living. Yearly income. Yearly income is not wealth. That said, income is 0.7. What are the costs of the things you want? Alright, hello laborers, good seeing you all. It does not matter. We're going to treat standard of living as just equivalent to wealth, even though this is not true. Go to the overview. Cool. Hello, lovely farmer lady. Nothing on wealth there. Hover the 1.1. Alright, I'm over the 1.1. Standard of living, population. Go to the 30%. Okay. So we're seeing their needs here. This does not say what their wealth is. It does tell us, though, the things they want, correct? And so they are interested in getting tea and luxury goods, even though they're impoverished at 10. So I thought that tea was only wanted by people above 15 wealth. It's saying the thing they're trying to make cheaper. That's cool. I love that idea to make these things cheaper. Great. What's their wealth, though? Go to overview and hover over the pops. Goodness, friends. Detailed list. Alright, detailed list, actually. Hover over the pops. Friends. Friends, friends of friends. Polynesians are being discriminated against. It's terrible. Is wealth a hidden number? The image of the pop has wealth on it. Hello, image. The image gives me nothing on mouse over. Here? Aha! 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 We found it! Alright. The numbers are somewhere, you just have to know where to look. So the peasants of Polynesia have a wealth of 15. What is that determined by? Weekly expenses versus weekly income. He's saving a tiny little bit of money every week. Cool. It's equivalent to a standard of living. Is that true for everyone? Let's find out. So in Wallonia, wealth is 9, where standard of living is also 9. He is making money, just not fast enough. In, where's this? Wallonia again, 9 to 9. 9 to 9. Okay, so all of these Wallonians here, of different cultural backgrounds, have the same wealth. And it's all the same thing as their standard of living. Alright, in South Cameroon, our beautiful colony, they're 10. So it's strange to say, but the peasants who are being oppressed in our colony have better lives right now than the peasants back at home. I understand why the rural folk are angry. So 10 versus 10. Let's move away from the peasants and such and check with the more wealthy people if it's the same kind of thing. So 21 versus 21 wealth. So when the game says the prime determinant of standard of living, yes, it seems to be the case that standard of living and wealth are just the same as of right now. Okay. We need to get our Belgian peasants off of subsistence farming. I think it's the case that if there are jobs for them, they will gradually shift themselves over. Maybe. Maybe. Other than that, there are events that can bring standard of living up or down. Okay, so if standard of living moves up by an event, it doesn't increase wealth also. Very good. We'll figure this out, team. You and me forever. I think I just saw that, yes, we are now level 2 on colonial affairs. Awesome. So, is it still consuming my excess bureaucracy faster than I'm making it? I think no. It appears to be we're positive on bureaucracy, even though we're consuming. Make the top 10 products for the poor as cheap as possible. Seems like a good idea. Usually what I've been doing is pushing this button here, seeing what's way too expensive and trying to fix it. Now these things are not used by the poor except for liquor. Everything else here is Richie Riches or just industry. Sugar. Am I trying to make sugar in my colony yet? Let's see. I'm not. Can I make sugar in my colony? I can. The two of them. We're going to kick the colony's sugar plantations to the top. These ports are in the other colony. We'll ignore that for right now. Hey, we've gotten through 1,000 or 3,000 days already. That's not true. So something happened that lowered this substantially. What happened here is that we moved from level 1 colonization to level 2. So from point 1 to point 2. And that then sped it up by quite a bit. I'm trying to use trains in 1840s. Belgium had the first train in the world, and you start the game with the train. So I'm not intentionally choosing trains, it's just the game gave it to me. Okay. Earlier I moved some of my buildings in Flanders. I almost said in the Flemish place, close enough. In Flanders to use trains. This is probably making railways too expensive. So if I switch these off of trains, we'll need more laborers again. As right now, transportation is not super expensive. We just don't have enough available. So can I import transportation tickets? I don't think you can. I think it's one of those things that can only be produced locally. Yeah, unfortunately so. More railways at home. How much longer on? We're halfway through the business of quinine. This is a society research. So society research, I think, is affected by the intelligentsia. It is. So if I can get the intelligentsia up to +5, which is not going to happen, then we would get a little cheaper quinine. Before too terribly long, they'll get to 0. And then that royal prerogative used, I believe, will go away at some point also. There'll still be only +3 then. Yeah, this is definitely not a intelligentsia heavy playthrough because we are definitely involved in slavery. I have railways for 30 trains, but I only have 8 trains available. Seems like a problem. We'll fix it real soon, don't you worry. I'm just going to keep saying that, and surely it's true. Okay, I was going to make more... What's it called? I was going to make more coal, and I turned it all off. So can we get iron, coal, and steel under 20%? By exporting, I've kicked the price up quite a bit. So can I lower that again? +19. So I just moved to... Oh, I'm productive. Give me my iron back. In a moment, we'll see how that does. I'm going to stop exporting to the ones giving me very little money there. Oh, it immediately updates. Interesting. It's not -20 at all. This is so much money. I need the money. But for right now, we'll stop all these just to complete the mission. And then we'll restart them in a bit and get the money going again. So now we're exporting none of those. Presumably, the iron is real cheap. The steel is, again, real cheap. We should need to export those again. But coal we're not exporting. I think we're just not producing enough of it for... Yeah, to get low enough. So I want to, again, make more of you if I can. In Wallonia, there are peasants available. Oh, you know what? I think I've confused myself. So there are 204,000 peasants. They don't show up as unemployed, do they? They show up as we're busy at the subsistence farms. Yeah. Yeah. So there are almost no people explicitly unemployed in Wallonia. The game does not have a description of what peasants are. Because again, they're employed at subsistence farms. Yeah, I wish there were a mouse over on this that would say what peasants are still people you can bump up. I think to a new player it isn't exactly clear they're employed, just not well. Yeah, I should definitely be converting people out of peasantry. That'd be really, really great. Yeah. So many coal mines, your heads are going to spin. Can we do this without destroying the economy? The constant question. I see we have a whole bunch of influence still. We're currently using influence on making nice with Portugal, Congo, and Great Britain. France is merely cautious, Prussia's protective, Austria's protective. So we could try to make nice with France again. How's Luxembourg doing towards us? They love us! So because the prices have... Wait, what just changed? So I stopped exporting steel and iron. This collapsed the price of steel and iron. However, in that collapse, we're making more money because our industry can get it more cheaply? Like, in construction, we're not using steel yet, are we? We are using iron. We're not using steel, though. See, it must just be the cheaper construction goods on iron. Yeah, it must be it. Which means for right now we can return to exporting steel. .2 money from the Dutch. Glorious. Hey, Rika. Appreciate it. Almost positive. Almost positive. Also, we finished our first sugar plantation. Are our friends getting employed in sugar down here? I probably shouldn't call them friends. You know what I mean, though. Oh boy, we're hiring. We're hiring, folks. Oh no, what's this? Oh, it's clergymen. So, I saw the two hands together like this. They're being lifted in prayer. I thought they were being lifted to put manacles on. I thought this was definitely some kind of we're all slaves here. But no, we haven't done any slavery yet. Is that true? Is that actually true? Yeah, no slavery. Only friends. Maybe we'll continue that for a while. Until they demand too high of a standard of living, then the manacles go on. The cotton plantation would help with construction cost also? Okay. Let's look at construction again and see what goes into it. Fabric does. So if we had more cotton coming in, does this directly produce fabric or do we have to turn it into fabric? Let's see. Cotton plantations directly produce fabric. Amazing. Unless I have the slave trade, I probably am not doing slavery. Okay. I'm pretty sure our law on slavery is what? Slavery's banned. Yeah, what kind of monster would want slavery? Not this guy. Let's go look at the laws and see if there's anything folks want. The intelligentsia and the industrialists want wealth voting. Okay. I said earlier I want to get the intelligentsia to +5 happy. In their current approval, we're not going to fix legal guardianship or religious schools right now. If I change the voting, they'd probably be a fair bit happier, but I don't know if it's happy enough to get the society research cost down. The other thing is the church. I want them at +10 ideally. Yeah, rolling back freedom of conscience may not do it. It's just not enough. Hey, Gelizar! Thanks for the subscription, friend. How's it going? Good seeing you, Gelly. Sure to appreciate you supporting the channel in the way you do. I'm sorry we're playing as the Belgians. It's good to see you, though. Let's think about laws again. So, if we roll back freedom of conscience... Oh, everybody loves it. Except for the intelligentsia. The rural folk, the landowners, the church, and the armed forces want us becoming purely Catholic. So sorry to the intelligentsia. Yeah. Who needs professors? Who needs the nerds? Not this playthrough. This should pass fairly quickly. Alright, because we did that, look at all of these wonderful, wonderful positives. It didn't even need to pass, just suggesting the possibility of having the Catholic Church in charge. Bonus to religion, bonus to birth rate, bonus to our military strength, bonus to money in the investment pool, bonus to money in the investment pool. Holy cow. Holy cow. Investment pool can currently be used on what? Plantations. Rubber plantations. Oh boy. So our construction will be much, much cheaper now. I should have endorsed the church a long time ago. Now, everybody's getting radicalized. Everyone's against us. But the church is with us, and that's what counts. Do I have agrarianism? That's a good question. I know the rural folks would love agrarianism, but that is... Yes. As of right now, they want interventionism. If we go to agrarianism, it makes the landowners and the rural folk happy, but other people pretty displeased. Moving to agrarianism gives... what more? Subsidization. So we can use the state's money to strengthen these things also. I'm probably going to stay here for right now. With our current economy situation... Wait, we already can subsidize. Can we? Yeah, can subsidize all buildings. So what's the change then? In interventionism, the capitalists and the aristocrats both give us money. In agrarianism, the capitalists stop doing so. The aristocrats give us more. I have to look back and forth, back and forth. I think the only change is we lose +5 to aristocrats giving money. Now, maybe eventually we'll... No, sorry. In agrarianism, the aristocrats give us more. So the question is, do you have aristocrats or do you have capitalists, I think? Eventually we'll learn this all. For now, though, we'll leave as is. Alright, high tensions. Uh-oh. Also, we're not making any more money on giving the Dutch my steel. Give that back, please. High tensions. My first time seeing this. There are high tensions between Belgium and Tahiti. I guess we'll go look at that and try to learn what tension means. Where's my little colony? Tahiti. One of these views will show it more easily. Is it economy? That's Tonga. That's East Micronesia. That's Tonga. Tahiti. Okay, very good. So there's tension between the folks that are here already and us. We are in the process of building a port there. And we must already have our first battalion. Is that true? No. Can't build barracks in Tahiti. This action's not allowed for us. Oh, sorry. Wrong one. Okay, Belgium, Tahiti. In this one, we do have a barracks. It can't hire anybody. Because we need more small arms, apparently. Alright, so no officers available. Peasants and servicemen are gradually becoming these things. They do want more weapons. Oh, no port yet. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, once they have the port, they'll import people from Belgium. Cool. Alright, so what does tension mean? I have a suspicion, but let's see. How strained the relationship is between a colonizing country and nearby decentralized nations. Tensions rise with all nearby decentralized nations whenever a province is taken over, and decreases over time so long as no new land is taken. If tension level reaches volatile, continued colonization may trigger a native uprising. Can we see what military they have in Tahiti proper? They have 5 dudes. We probably want to strengthen our military here. And then also get weapons here. Oh, the reason I don't have weapons here is the port's not done. Alright, just gotta wait till the port's done, and then all of our problems will be solved, I suspect. However, I should go ahead and make another barracks here eventually. Kick that towards the top. I'm going to kick one of each kind of plantation up, just so we can have lots of resources for our friends back home. That's all for now. All right, cool. Cool. Maybe we need a commander also in Tahiti. All decentralized powers have troops weaker than weakest player troop type. That's too bad. Like, how about the Zulu uprisings? I want to see some particularly strong decentralized troops. But for right now, no. Okay. How much do commanders cost again? I think it's bureaucracy, maybe? Yes, only 10, so we can afford to have one more commander. Also, we're soon building an administration building, which will give us more bureaucracy. So, time for a commander in our other colony. To do that, we go to the military page and push this button. And one gets started here. Do we want Frederick de Hannens or Charles de Bois? The armed forces are the trade unions. So, in principle, I want the guy from the left, because I don't want to strengthen the trade unions. Persistent, lives longer, bonus to morale. Pillager, destroys other people. Or arrogant, which higher command limits, so you can hold more people. And surveyor seems like an all-around good commander trait. So I think this commander may be better, but again, I don't want the trade unions to strengthen. So, Frederick, you are our man in the southwest, southeast. I don't know how directions work in this world. Lots of peasants everywhere still. The port is nearly finished. Persistence is quite strong. Alright, cool. Cool. So being alive longer is great. With the new whatever I just made, the port, our money just fixed a whole bunch. So we're now importing and exporting to Belgian Congo. Here we can make... Oh, interesting. Here we can make many fewer kinds of colonization items, I guess. Whaling station gives us oil and meat. So I don't think we have any oil right now, and I have no idea what it does. But let's go ahead and build one of those, just so we have more kinds of buildings. The port is hiring. Awesome. Any other kind of buildings here I can't make elsewhere? Looks like no. And I don't think I have any rice farms yet. Rice farms just give us green, unfortunately. Okay. Why am I making this administration building? Just I want administration in all of my colonies. Seems important. Iron got really expensive again. I wonder what changed. The iron was real cheap for a while. Am I currently exporting it? Wow, there are a ton of buy orders here. Alright, we're going to stop exporting iron. Okay, this exportation is not my choosing. Instead, this exportation is France doing it to us. We're already trying to hold on to it with tariffs, so that seems real good. I can't really do much more than that, I think, other than just produce more iron. Hey, fish. We can use rice farms to produce fruit also. Nice. I can embargo them. I mean, France is huge. If we embargo them, I suspect they'll be very, very, very unhappy, yeah? We don't necessarily want that. But we do want to go ahead and make a rice plantation so that we're able to make more fruit. Now, that said, I believe our bananas also produce fruit. We'll see. Rice farm online. Okay, so we went from like negative 600 to negative 5,000. What else changed? So I stopped some trade routes. They probably have a bunch of free convoys now. Nothing is good for exporting. We are making coal mines, right? Someday, someday, someday. So until then, this is used for construction. You can buy it from Prussia, and from the Spaniards, and the French. Okay. Paper is used for the government. It's very expensive, unfortunately. So none of these are productive imports. We got to get more booze coming in. Everybody loves the booze. Hey, Game Merchant, am I dominating the Brussels sprouts market? Get out of here, you. Get out of here, you. Appreciate it. Everything Belgian is ours. So maybe instead of making these coal mines, we should instead make more iron production. We have no ways of improving that right now. So let's just make more of these in Wallonia. We can, again, make so many here. It's just a matter of getting them all up and going. Hey, Chronum, thanks for the follow. I'm glad you're enjoying hanging out with us as we stumble and bumble our way through this game. Hey, the price of fine art just doubled. So presumably, fine art will not matter for a very long time. For a very brief moment, the price went up. As of now, nobody wants my fine art still. Alright. Train engines. We need a lot more of those. Tea. People might want tea someday. Steel is the... or iron's the big problem, though. Yeah, gotta get that down. So... after this barracks, instead of coal, we want to move the iron mines up. Not all of them necessarily, but some of them at least. Okay. All of you up instead. Looks good. Those of you who played more than I have, and I'm guessing that's a lot of you, bureaucracy, gotta fix that. How do you think about how many construction buildings you should have? I watched another player the other day who had like 2,000 in construction. It was crazy. And they were still positive on money. My guess is they were much farther in the game than I am. But when do you decide to increase your construction? I'm very hesitant because I don't want to destroy the economy. And this red bar might go very, very quickly as interest goes up and up. But also being able to build faster seems good. So there's some balance here between the two that I don't quite know how to think about. Alright, so starting all of those trade routes is the big issue here. We did build the administration building, correct? Yeah, so there's even at the administration building, we're hemorrhaging. So what are the unproductive trade routes? Haha! Good to see you all right on time. That fixes it. You usually have surplus and then build more. It's good for small nations. You get stacking production speed bonus. So much and much. You push construction hard, spend more to make more. I agree. Your rule of thumb is to build one more if balanced green. So that's kind of how I feel also. Is like, it seems like a good idea to build when you have free money. But I understand deficit spending. Like, if you can build enough construction and then make up for it by increasing your GDP before you run out of money entirely, then it might be okay. The issue is just, can you get turned around before then? I could join other countries to custom unions. So earlier we joined the custom union of Great Britain, and it was really cool to have access to all of that, all those goods we didn't have otherwise. The only problem is I could no longer understand my own market. And I think I just want to be able to understand what's happening in my market more than I want access to cheap goods, which I understand is bad strategy, but I just get confused otherwise. Alright, the other side of the fence. People are complaining about the difference in living standards between us and our neighbors in Prussia. After the shop doors swung shut, they exchanged a meaningful glance. She didn't even notice you guys gave her the wrong change. Why do you think I do? Her sort, they can afford it. I'll be damned if the Prussian think they can come here and flaunt their wealth expecting us to tolerate it. So Prussia is big and fancy, and all we have are hookah lounges. That's an example of global economic inequality. It is year 1842, what are you talking about? Clearly, there are liars who cheat foreigners out of their money. We upset the Prussians. It's the way things are. We radicalize Wallonia. So how does Prussia feel towards me right now? Amicable relations plus 50, they protect us. So a little bit of anger here might be okay. From amicable to cordial, the door is shutting, they're still protective. We can fix that with our 1,000 bonus influence by making them love us again. Japan's great for understanding our own market. Yeah, I intend to do a Japan playthrough next because I live in Japan. What? Great. That'll be our third playthrough. Someday. Tension's still rising here. The second barracks has been made. And so our commander in... where is this again? In Oceania, which is the area we are wondering about, has 1 battalion. Will we have a 2nd battalion soon? We see that by clicking here. Looking at buildings, we have 2 barracks. They're trying to find workers very, very slowly. It may make sense for us not to actually have the barracks created yet. It might be better to get all the unemployed people into the port first. Not sure. Let's check the diplomatic page and see what we can do. There are no places we make colonies right now because we only have interests in the Congo. If we can become a major power again, we can do more. I think nothing here we want right now. If eventually we want to liberate Luxembourg. Should we try to bring people into our customs union? Can we do that? Customs union. A diplomatic pact that establishes a customs union between 2 countries. So Portugal does not want this. Even though we have a larger GDP. We're both minor powers. Yeah. Apparently no customs union for me right now. I can join other ones, but I don't want to do that. Okay. We'll stay where we are for right now. How's the price of iron looking? Have I fixed that yet? No, the price of iron is going to get fixed eventually, just not quite yet. Wallonia has dropped market access again. How do we fix that? I know we can use trains and ports do this. What else fixes infrastructure? So all we have access to here is the train. Oh, the decree to fix roads. Yes, thank you for reminding me of that. It consumes 100 authority. We have that. We'll fix the roads in Wallonia. Now, we can also use authority to have decrees for like attracting people to places. What are the other possible? There are a lot of decrees here. We need to get our authority higher to have more decrees going forward. National values, more stimulation and conversion, more welfare payments. Okay. Society tech might help also. The quinine is rushing along, I swear. 10 months left. It started at 32 months. Hey, we're positive on cash. If that continues for a little while longer, I will go ahead and make a new construction building. Even though I do see that we are struggling for employees there. Didn't stay positive. How close is the intelligentsia to being happy? Oh, never gonna happen. Never, ever, ever gonna happen. Time to start rounding up the professors real soon here. 13 days until a chance at getting our state religion online. 10 days. You think it's gonna happen? It's gotta happen. It's not gonna happen, is it? Can't get my hopes up too much. Hey! I decreed it and it was so. We now have a state religion. The Catholic Church sure does love us. Now, I just thought ahead. How does the Catholic Church feel about slavery? I suspect not terribly great. The intelligentsia hates us even more. But the church is now an official organ of my state. All the minority religions are discriminated against. So we are now discriminating against both religion and culture. Good. Good, 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 good. Everybody loves that. Yes, no actual changes in our bonuses. But it guarantees that the church is good and loyal, which guarantees that our birth rate stays high. Nice. Also, we've finished making all of our initial plantation buildings. They do build so fast. So we have tea coming in now. We have bananas. We have cotton. We'll continue increasing those as time goes by, but that feels real good. Prussia is also trying to improve our relations. So we're going in both directions, trying to fix this problem. We have still a bunch of peasants in South Cameroon, still a bunch in Tahiti, still a bunch in Flanders. Yeah, everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. Am I tariffing those? Oh, the things I just got? Not yet. Not yet. So we're selling more fruit than we're buying. There'll be no change yet with tariffs. We'll wait until people are buying them and see what might change. We have some dye coming in also. So earlier I turned off... Yeah, earlier I turned off using dye at all, but we didn't have any dye availability. Let's start turning it back on for paper in particular, because I think this produces more paper then, and paper is needed for the state. It's an urban building... Paper mills. Oh, it's not dye, it's sulfite. And I have so much sulfur. Dye is in clothing, I believe. Yes. Okay. We'll go ahead and kick the dye plantation up a little bit. Yeah, let's make a further round of all of my plantations. Good. The third level papers dies? Okay, I knew somebody did somewhere. Alright, so the big hope now is as these iron mines get done, we'll be able to meet the demand for iron from France. We're really positive on money. Let's build a new construction sector. Continue throwing into Flanders. I think there was somewhere we saw that if you have a construction sector in a state, it makes things build cheaper or faster there. But I don't know where I saw that. Yeah, no idea. So I'll just keep stacking them in my capital for now. It is faster? Okay. I know I read that somewhere. Often happens, I get confused. Is it on the state screen? Maybe that was it. State screen. Hello. Construction. Construction sector, maybe? Ah, here we go. Nope, that's not it. I'm not going to spend a long time hunting for this number, but friends, if you're interested in seeing the number of wealth your population has, you go to the detailed list, you mouse over the little picture, and it says wealth 11. Look how fast we figured that one out. I forgot to kick the new construction building at the top, didn't I? Yep, definitely want to do that first. Goes real fast. Help the construction. So good, so good. Let's learn about the Dutch real quick. They have 25 standing battalions. They're a major power. So the Dutch seem to have done what we're trying to do much faster and better. I wonder if we began at similar sizes or if the Dutch started as bigger than we are. Harsani asks, is the construction speed in the same spot where you build construction sectors in a state? Let's find out. So we go to the states, construction sectors down here. Ah, there it is, thank you. State construction efficiency. The bonus or penalty to construction progress in the state. I think that's based on what you have in the state. We have 4 of them, and we get 4% efficiency. So it's 1% efficiency per building in the state. Good to know. Good to know, good to know. The price of dye went from nothing to real expensive, because we're now using it again. Dye plantations coming soon. Price of iron is still absolutely insane, though. Darn you, French. Yeah, it's all this right here. They're stealing all my preciouses. People want to buy paper. This would be more expensive for the state, though. I don't think we have any excess. Oh, we do. Because of the dye using, or sulfite using rather, we do have excess here. So, who wants my paper and how much will they give me for it? French for now. Hey, Baba. Baba Booey. You can check on the building tab also. So here... Oh, there it is. I don't know how I missed that before. Thank you for noticing. So we have 5% in some state. It doesn't say what state. It's not all the states, surely. But thank you, Bob Booey, for knowing that was there. Probably if you do the drop-down where you can see what states there are, it'll show you a little bit more. Raising concerns. The intelligentsia are big angry with me. I can make the intelligentsia a little happier at the cost of industrials' happiness. The industrials are plus 16, the intelligentsia are negative 12. So we don't fix either one that way. Or I can weaken the intelligentsia a little bit and they become even angrier. Yeah, that's fine. Go away, nerds. I have a whole bunch of bonus authority. I can use that to suppress the intelligentsia, can't I? Haha! No more nerds allowed. This is so different from last playthrough, when I was trying so hard to keep the intelligentsia as happy as possible. That's fun. As long as this stays positive, yeah, it was positive at 2,000, now 4,000. It is time for more construction again. And again, that goes to the top. I feel like we may have just made a big turn on our economy. Like you can see there the up and up and up of balance there. Okay, people want us to enact migration control. The rural folk and the trade unionists want it. Discriminated populations are disallowed from migrating. Okay, is this to stop non-Belgians from coming to Belgium? Like, our Belgian people are still allowed to go elsewhere and colonize. Monstrousness. So the industrialists will dislike this by a tremendous amount. The industrialists want like free exchange of peoples to stock their factories. The industrialists are the most powerful folks around. Will lose investment pool. Now, as of right now, we're spending investment pool really aggressively. And so for so long as we're building, we want investment pool coming in a big way. Now we're getting such a bonus here because they're very powerful. So we get plus 20 instead of plus 10. It'll go from that down to merely the cheaper production cost. So as much as I very much want to make the rural folk happy and keep Belgium for the Belgians, I'm not going to do this right now because I need that bonus to monies. Haha, modern sewage! So this is definitely a nice thing to have. I should have researched it. Quinine is coming though. It may have been a mistake to try to go for quinine while the intelligentsia hates us. Only 6 months to go though, and then our colony will explode. Are there other laws that I'm interested in that people won't hate? No real changes there. Elected bureaucrats, they'd prefer to have appointed bureaucrats. Intelligentsia want that especially. Hereditary bureaucrats, landowners love it. So it doesn't help us at all with the intelligentsia. The militia. Some people prefer a professional army instead of raising every Tom, Dick, and Harry. With a professional army, we can do what instead? Fewer battalions. The armed forces gain more political strength. We could have so many more barracks. So for right now, I think maintaining our mobilization of conscripts is probably a good idea. We need to make more conscription centers, though. This is probably for a little later in the game. Home security. This will keep the radicals from radicalizing. We go to the National Guard. We lose some bureaucracy. However, revolution slows down. The armed forces and the bourgeoisie want that. The intelligentsia surely do not. Professional army early is good because a lot of people end up opposing it later on. That's something I don't know how to think about yet. But sure, as history goes by, the society tries to liberalize more and more, I assume. And so we have to do early the things that they won't want later. Makes sense. Thank you for that. Okay. So we'll go ahead and do this, as people want it anyway. More troops, more good. Oh boy. So, the rural folk and the trade unions just went from, hey, we're cool with this, to hey, we're very, very uncool with this. It's just temper though, correct? Wow. So they really, really, really dislike what I just did. if the playthrough ends here, Mr. Voix, it's all on you, my friend. A revolution is brewing. So the rural folk went from, hey, you're cool, to boy, we're unhappy. The rural folk and the trade unions are plotting revolution here. I can de-radicalize them by improving their approval, which would be done by enacting laws they approve of, or stop enacting the laws they hate. Alright, as much as I'm excited for this, I do not want a revolution. So let's go back to the laws and say, just kidding, just a joke, LOL. Why so serious, bro? Cool. So that fixed that. The revolution is now at 0%. Whew! Whew! Our economy dropped by so much due to that big negative. I think. I'm actually not quite sure what all changed there to go from like positive something to negative everything. Just cut taxes. I actually haven't raised taxes yet, have I? It's a good thought. Yeah, taxes are just neutral right now. We could junk it. I need my money though, so I have enough authority to maybe tax something else. Liquor taxes. So liquor is consumed by everybody. It was quite a bit of money though. Alright, we'll see if that damages our standard of living too terribly much. Sin taxes through and through. What just happened? I decided to put forward a law to have a professional army instead of just National Guard, and all the minor powers and poor folks hated it and got the pitchforks. That's not okay. It's just not okay. Alright. So, we've made a couple more iron mines in the past little bit. Is it enough to fix this consumption price question? Holy moly, iron is still really expensive. Gotta keep producing more. Gotta. The economy is stimulated enough that tax cuts will ultimately have a positive effect on the economy with lots of consumer goods. Yeah, more spending, more money coming in that way. That definitely makes sense. I'll be curious to see at what point is the correct point to switch it over, but good thinking. Let's see what's super expensive still. The only thing we're not pulling in that we could pull in is oil. Doesn't really help us though. Yeah, the engine parts. So we do want to make more of those. And then railroads also. The tools, the groceries. More fabric is coming as we get cotton plantations made. That one being made, are those all the cotton plantations we can build? It might actually be in our current territory. Yep. Unfortunately, we have 2 cotton plantations in Cameroon, and Badeep it's all, folks. Oh, what's this? Oh, friends. The industrialists do not like their subsistence farms in South Cameroon. I mean, I agree with that. So if we say no more subsistence farms, migration increases, and the upper class population of South Cameroon's unhappy, rather. I think there's no one there. Yeah, I think there's no one there who's upper class, or like 5 people maybe. So, yes, more migration down to Cameroon. Am I going for lots of textiles? I'm not going for anything in particular other than the Congo. It's the only real goal we have in the playthrough currently. But right now I'm just trying to make sure that my market prices are reasonable, especially for things that poorer folks are using. And so, yeah, I mean, for poorer folks, there's nothing here that's especially necessary. It's really expensive. We're going evil Belgium? Yes, indeed. That was the whole aim of the playthrough, is evil, evil, evil Belgium. Alright. This railroad we get made, that helps the infrastructure in Wallonia, is that correct? In Flanders. Why am I building a railway there? To cheapen the price of tickets up that way. Before that, though, I probably want to make more train producers, engine manufactories. Well, I have none of them. Interesting. Interesting. So many peasants everywhere. I'm not going to construct them in Tahiti. It's real far away and a little strange. So Flanders, you get that twice. That's going to consume more steel. That might lower the price or raise the price of steel. I'm not sure we'll ever finish this one, but we'll see. Hey, Baba Booey, thank you for the follow. Or is it Baba Bye? Whichever way, good to have you here. Thank you for hitting that follow button and hanging out with us a little bit more. Okay. I wonder if I should try to make nice with the proper powers of Tahiti over here. If that'll stop the tension somewhat. So, you are Tahiti, yes? You are Tonga. You are Tahiti, yes. Okay. We can't improve relationships because they're not a real country. Right. Pazva money again. Oh boy. This might be cheaper construction goods via making more iron production. We are currently suppressing intelligentsia, correct? We are. You're still 12% powerful. Can I see how that's working? Why is there clout that? What exactly does suppression do? It's less attractive. So the population will go down, and that will lead their clout to going down also, I think? Hope that's right. This is good. It's all working out. So I want to kick the motor industries above the coal mines. Those coal mines have been sitting here for a very, very long time. Someday we'll get them done. We're very close to Pazva money again. We're currently spending under 1,000 on interest. I think in my Sweden playthrough, we had up to like 4,000 or 5,000 in interest. However, we finally did turn the economy of Sweden around. It just took absolutely forever. Intelligentsia want freedom of conscience. No. Migration controls, not now. And there were other laws we were looking at. So let's see what our people might want. From mercantilism to free trade. The rural folk hate that, not tremendously. The industrials will be even happier. We're already getting the maximum industrialist bonus though, so we don't need that. So what would that give us? Free trade allows us to have greater trade route volume, cheaper bureaucracy, and more competitiveness. What on earth is that? An increase or decrease in the competitiveness of trade routes. But what is competitiveness? Tell me, oh Wikipedia. If a market's pool of goods available for trade is depleted due to too many trade partners, competitiveness determines how large a share they get access to. Okay, so if there's 5 cookies and 7 people want cookies, and we are more competitive, we get the cookies first. Got it. The bourgeoisie is back and forth on whether they want to support us right now. Now, the bourgeoisie is, I believe, super tiny. Yeah. They got a new leader named Andre Lampert Nijpels. He's a royalist. He loves the monarchy, and I do too. He's good at fighting, so what? He likes it a little bit more. He's good at fighting. So this guy should be a commander, not really a leader. That's alright. The bonus we get if we make him a little happier is more bureaucracy. We're positive on bureaucracy, so we're fine on that right now. We'll leave it as is for now. I'm going to increase the game speed a decent amount, because I think we don't need to do anything right now other than just wait. The charity hospital make the church even happier. Oh, I'm curious. I don't want to do slavery, but if I did, the church does not care. I was kind of thinking like the community of all man, the brotherhood of this and that, would lead to them caring about slavery. As right now, no interest. Cool, good to know. AG Shield, what colonies do we have? We have one in the Congo that's getting online right now, and one in Tahiti also. Eye of the Needle. The Catholic Church is big cranky about the industrialists. So I'm trying to keep the church real happy in order to keep birth rate up. As right now they're plus 13. The industrialists are plus 16. I say that anyone can attain wealth with enough skill, hard work, and a bit of good fortune. No need then for virtue of faith, as long as you have faith in yourself. What do those who pass that bar have in common, beside greed and love for material things? Alright, so the church has decided that meritocracy undermines religiosity. Fair enough. Can I make them all happy? Judge not, lest thee be judged. -2 to the Catholic Church. That's fine. The power of money must be kept in check. -2 on the industrialists. That's fine. Or, why can't we be friend? Why can't we be friends? Lowered authority. I can't have that, surely. So the one that is like us most right now are the industrialists. So I'm going to give a little wink to those bigwigs with their fancy steel mills and say, we care about the church. Winky face. Cool. They're still very happy. This will come down very, very soon. Tools need to get fixed. The food needs to get fixed also. Quinine! Quinine, finally, quinine! Alright, we no longer have malarial troubles. What that means is that the country we're colonizing down here no longer has a negative 90% colony growth speed. Awesome. So will it go much faster then? From 1680, like a big jump down? Oh! 900 some percent gone. Not percent. 900 days gone. Just like that. Soon, soon, soon. Soon, soon, soon. If we kick institution up, we'll get even faster colony growth generation. Now, how does colony growth work? Is that only this number going down? Progress towards gaining an additional province. Oh. So after the colony is initially settled, it then expands out gradually. So you want to keep it as high as possible. If I bump this up, we're only consuming one more point in bureaucracy. I think we can afford that, no problems. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Oh yeah, new technology. Alright, I was focused on quinine for such a long time that I actually do not know what I want next. Like, it's just not clear to me. So this opens up the possibility of getting civilizing mission. This is a ways on. What does it do? It falls on the great nation's shoulders to shine the light of modernity into every uncivilized corner of the world. To educate and instill in less developed peoples the divine values of our glorious culture. We are definitely going that way before too terribly long. Hey, Charon. I earn whatever our colony growth is in percentages of the population. Okay, so all the different colonies grow based on how large the population is as migration happens. Got it. To do that, we need nationalism. So just because more authority allows us to become truly an ethno-state. We're monsters. Though I want this, I prefer to make the intelligentsia like us a little bit first. That's probably not going to happen, though, given how our playthrough's going. Now, over here, if we get mutual funds, we get more money straight away. But I think we don't really want that right now. So I'm going to move away from society, check out the military, and then go to production. And we'll probably go production because we've done so little there so far. And I believe we're currently getting a bonus to production research. Yeah. Industrialists give that. Who gives military? The armed forces. So those two make a lot more sense for researching right away. In the production tab, we could finish the Bessemer process. I started that and then get distracted by quinine. That would help with steel. That'd be cool. In military what? We could finish logistics very quickly. It'll finish on its own, though. The shell gun, better artillery. That will consume more steel, I believe. So I think I do want to finish out the Bessemer process, and then maybe get better weapons to use against the natives. Okay, let's do that. I have no idea what I just did. I hit the escape key to close this. It was probably logistics, almost certainly. Given how close that was to completing. Price of iron is still very, very high. Move some of these iron mines up, but not immediately up. I wish I could drag and drop these. Like, I don't mind the moving to top, etc. But it'd be really nice to have the ability to just, like, put it exactly where you want. Nitroglycerin. So in the last playthrough, I was not interested in blowing up workers for the sake of getting more materials. Because this is the bad guy playthrough, we might use nitroglycerin in problematic ways. Also, higher discovery chance of resources. So we saw earlier that in our little colony here, there are discoverable resources. I don't know how this works yet. It's just they have a chance of being discovered if the state is part of non-isolated. Because we have infrastructure, it is not isolated. Interesting. Hopefully find our rubber down there real soon. Getting motor industry soon. I want to look at the journal. So these things we might want to do. Urbanize Belgium. We need to get some urban center to 10. Steam engine time. Get ourselves a motor industry somewhere. We have 9 years to fix this. So the motor industry will be done in the next 9 years. Maybe we'll get this thing real soon. Branching out. We need to have rail transportation turned on in more than 20% of eligible buildings. And work pace... Wait. How are the first two tabs any different? The first two check boxes. 20% of eligible buildings have rail transportation. Workforce occupancy 75%. The second one, same words. Oh, different kind of eligibility. The mines and the plantations. Got it. Thank you. Thank you. That explains it then. We also need to have motor industries. So put railroads in the colonies. We can do that. These three would be really cool. 33 months, whenever, 9 years. So if we can do this in the next 33 months, that'd be great. This will be done in 19 weeks. Very good. This one is just... Oh, it's 20% of production, not just buildings. Okay. We'll see if we can get there soon. But I want to go ahead and see what would happen if we changed these over to... Not that one. If we change these over to railroads. Price of transportation goes up even more. It is positive on money. We'll need to get more railroads made. I'm gonna make a railroad here. We can. Cool. That'll help with infrastructure also as we continue growing there. So move that up to after this railway. I've mostly been putting all of my production into the same state. Except for railways at this point. Because I like having the infrastructure here and there. But generally speaking, we've been stacking well. Even though like I don't exactly like the idea of stacking, from a roleplay perspective, I want like lots of different kinds of jobs everywhere. I know with the way the game is built right now, the stacking bonus is so strong. Here, I will help K run by typing instead. Look at me typing in chat. There we go. Just for you. Ads do not need to be a problem in the Resorty channel. I can type in chat instead. I should do more of that. Hey, positive on cash again. Glorious. So if we make a construction sector, it'll consume a few weeks until we can get more made, but in the long term it's better. So yes, one more view. Continue stacking in Flanders. Though again, putting them in the other places does speed up construction. Yeah. Yeah. We're no longer improving relations with Portugal, nor with Congo. Congo folks love us. What else can I do in engagement with Congo? I mean, you understand I am coming for you, I promise. But, how can we interact? They're up for forming an alliance. Okay, I think there's probably no reason at all we should do this. If we form an alliance, it's primarily so that we don't go and eat them, I bet. We don't want that. We definitely don't want that. Start bankrolling. So if we were to do that, they'd be even happier with us. So does bankrolling help us eventually take them over? Or should we just do nothing until we eventually come and eat them? Range. 6 days. Happy birthday! Okay, so we now have one proper state down here, I guess? And then next door, another one is joining us. Now, because these people are an unincorporated state, they're probably going to try to use their troops against us. So we're probably heading in the direction of a native uprising. So with that in mind, I probably should go ahead and make more troops here. We have 1 barracks and 5 conscription centers. I don't quite know how to think about conscription versus standing armies. Though I can't build any more there right now. Even though it is 5 out of 100. Maybe it's because the current one is not filled. That's to fully fill before you're allowed to build more. Possibly. Anyway, more of you, more good. Shift that towards the top. It does go pretty fast, so I'll put it right after the construction sector. Alright. Alright, alright, alright. 29 months. Come on, railways, you can do it! I do want the uprising to happen. Oh, really? I thought if we could, like, peacefully find a way to incorporate people might be better. Also, eventually we have to fight the Spaniards here. Give me my island, it's all mine. Gosh, so much money. We're currently only 228,000 in debt. Going so well. Uprisings are good. Huh. I'm actually surprised by that. Well, we'll see how it goes eventually. I'm enjoying this playthrough. Like, I was pretty worried as soon as we started doing colonization, I'd get very, very dismayed. But, no, it's being fun. Now, that 10% of our population is radical. Not a huge problem yet, but we'll see. Also, our standard of living is still so low. And it's the lower strata in particular. So, how can I help you all? The things they want... Grain is too expensive. Fish is too expensive. Yeah, I think grain is the big deal. If I can lower the price of grain, it'd be very, very nice for our poor folks. Oh, also groceries? Okay. I mean, who uses groceries? Groceries are used at... what wealth? Okay, they're used by literally everyone. I thought that under a certain wealth, they would just use wheat. Okay. Okay, so I don't believe we're actually producing any groceries right now. Let's see if we can add that to the great pile of things I will someday do. Oh, we do have some. We could go from pot stills up to patent stills. That requires glass. We're currently not producing any glass. So I'll stay at pot stills for now and just make more food industries. Or peasants. So many peasants. Let's make a bunch of them. I have no idea why we're making a bunch. We're making a bunch. Okay. Coal is still a reasonable price. Though as we are... as we're making more railways and engines and so on, the price of coal will go up in a big way, I suspect. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and switch my colonies over to railways. I can just do this worldwide, couldn't I? It might destroy the price of everything, but it's okay. So, plantations go to railways. I think we're already subsidizing that. I think that's all of them. Branching out completed! Ha-ha! The growth of branch lines along the main rail routes has been immensely valuable to the growth of the burgeoning rail industry. A child has been arrested for picking up coal alongside newly laid tracks. If the youth had been smart enough, he would have stolen the whole railroad. Alright, so we can make the railroads in Wallonia improve. Railways work more better there. Or in Flanders. Or get more technology towards steel railway cars. I think this depends entirely on the price of... locomotives in particular, the engines. I think we have most of our railways in Flanders also. So this is probably a very small bonus. Check and see. Alright, coal is now expensive. I kind of expected it might be. Neither of these two seem especially valuable, so I am going to go ahead with get the bonus technology. Because coal's expensive, I'm not going to change anything. Just leave it the way it is. Iron's price is... steel is a little expensive. We are exporting it, though. Iron's a little expensive. We're still exporting it. Alright, so we need to increase all the basic goods again. Fine, fine, fine. Alright, glad we made it to that one. The other ones we're working on are steam engine, 8 years, urbanize, whenever. Okay. We need to have just one motor industry. That'll get done very soon. It's just currently hiring people, I believe. As far as urbanization, let's go to each of our states and see which is closest to being plus 10. Plus 9 in Flanders. Probably Wallenia's. Quite a bit lower. Only plus 6. Yep. So getting a little bit more made in our capital will complete that event very quickly. Pierre Del Warda has died, leader of the industrialists. They're still quite loyal, thank goodness. Our new leader, though, is Ignace Demir de Morsel. Bonus to nothing. Bonus to political strength. Yeah, not the best. He's fine with the monarchy. He's fine with everything. He supports whatever's happening. Just give us more money, thank you. Alright. The petite bourgeoisie has dropped down by 1. Hello? So I wonder if something just fell off. They are in the government. Yeah, something must have fallen off because we didn't do anything to upset them. Or just barely low on bureaucracy then. Their institution was finished. Oh boy, 3 weeks to go. So we can cut a trade route. It's not giving us big money. Hey, there are 2 of them. Boop, boop. Alright, all better. Alright, that fixes it. No problems. Railway's almost done. Awesome. Plasma money again. More construction? Faith knows no borders. The Catholic Church wishes to strengthen our ties with France due to shared faith. He stopped for a moment, wiping his brow, when he noticed the French farmhand on the adjacent field seemed to be knelt down in the furrow. Confused, he peered over, finally noticing the man was deep in prayer. He should have really recognized it, but it never crossed his mind. They might have things in common. A few hard years and a faith that things would get better. Look at that! The Belgians and the Catholics are... the Belgians and the French are both Catholics. I almost said the Belgians and the Catholics are both French. That is false. We'll see. We have shared values. Catholic Church gets faith above nation for 5 years. They get even stronger and love us even more. Or, we're Belgians first. The intelligentsia's a little happier. +2. Not gonna help at all. You know what? Sure. Best friends forever with the French. Please don't attack us, thank you. Are we on the road to becoming a major power? We're not going to become insignificant, but I just don't know if we'll ever be able to get major power. It's going so slowly. Yeah, the intelligentsia hating us is an issue. However, we are the leading goods producer of something. Okay, we're number 3 on a lot of stuff. None of which is actually plantation goods. Surprisingly. But if we kick out more engines, more iron, more steel, maybe we can keep it going. Alright, we're now level 3 in colonial affairs. So we'll be expanding even faster down here. 20 days to more is ours. Will that cause a native uprising as soon as we say this is now mine? Or will they just not care? Did I make my new barracks down here? I think I did. I did. So we have another one there. Look at the train. Look at the choo-choo. So standard of living decreased here as we took over a little bit more. They're very unhappy here. The Dualis are pretty sure we're engaged in some nonsense. And we... Do you remember to use road maintenance in the state I'm constructing? I think I currently have road maintenance in the state up north. In Wallonia. Okay, this is interesting to know. It might be worth having road maintenance down here instead. I haven't done that yet, because we have enough infrastructure. But I see the advantage. I think we're currently doing it in Wallonia, because... Bologna, sorry. Because we were struggling with infrastructure earlier. I don't quite recall why I was doing that. Other than the railway was costing too much, I suspect. Hey, look at that. Our GDP is still climbing, climbing, climbing. Cool. Very soon, cheaper groceries. Go ahead and do 2 more construction. Hey, Bessemer process done. So steel can now be more productive at the cost of more tools, more coal, more iron. I definitely want to switch that around. It'll spike the price of these things, but that's just fine. More steel, more steel. And then we have more iron coming in also. And did I mark the more construction or only talk about it? I only talked about it. That goes to the top after the iron. What comes next? So we finished the Bessemer process for better steel. We're already a little bit into railway cars. Steel railway cars. If we do that, we get an increased production methods. That seems nice. Yeah. We'll continue being the masters of the railways of Europe. I believe I have open convoys also, so nobody wants to export my things, unfortunately. Maybe I should build more universities. As much as we hate the intelligentsia, having like tech-focused universities without any crazy liberal ideas or philosophy departments, only engineering to programs. Yeah, I see the advantage of universities. Probably a very good idea, because I feel like we're getting technology very, very slowly. So speeding up would be good, for sure. I really got to stop adding more and more things here, but just need coal mines done, and iron and steel, etc. Our prestige is still 103. I feel like we are indeed climbing. In terms of prestige, where are we? Our prestige is 17. Or sorry, our rank is 17. Our prestige is well behind the Japanese. In terms of rank, we're very, very close to overtaking Brazil. And then we're only one step behind Egypt there. Working on it, working on it. The reasons for throwing 6 coal mines into the queue rather than just 1 or 2 tends to be I'm going for round numbers. Like, genuinely all it is I see, like, oh, there are 4 of them. Tend to be nice. There's no reason for it past that. But yeah, I agree that there's a lot of these things. Maybe just 1 at a time is better, but I really, really don't know. Really not sure. Let's look at our tariffs and see what we can do to help things out. If we help with exporting wood, get a little more money. Help with... Gotta stay protecting our steel. Could get more liquor in. Okay. I built an art academy. We do have an art academy, yes. What's happening in romanticism? That's a good question. You have a level 2 arts academy to get romanticism going. We do have a level 1, I believe. Yeah, there it is. That'd be nice. Benin is trying to make nice with me. Oh boy. I mean, you're right to be concerned. You're definitely right to be concerned, everybody. Hey, we know about psychiatry. And so, take care of the population costs a little bit less bureaucracy. That's nice. Also, for whatever reason, the intelligentsia has gotten over hating me. So some policy they hated must have fallen off. and just became like the way things are done here. The social crisis is no more. Now, just the way things are. Also, the rural folk. So this is probably the move to colonization. The rural folk and the intelligentsia both hated that. Now the rural folk are giving us an increase to logging, agriculture, and ranches. Not super important. So now that the intelligentsia is no longer fully opposed to me, I can stop suppressing them and use that additional authority to either raise taxes or to help with infrastructure down here. I'll do that for now. And we still have a little bit of freedom there, so let's check our taxes real quick. We could tax porcelain, I guess. Or fine art. Neither gives much right now. So I'll go ahead and hold off and just get the bonus to faster enactment time. High tensions with everybody these days. Everybody knows we're coming for them. May boost production instead. Oh, edicts. Yeah, this thing I haven't looked into at all yet is, like, how are edicts useful? Like, they all seem really good. Encourage the manufacturing industry. Service and manufacturing increases. That sounds amazing. Higher assimilation, More agriculture. More extraction. So encourage resource industry can be really, really useful in our colonies or in Wallonia. I think I'm just going to boost manufacturing in my capital for right now, though. Let's see. Oh, Swarm Zambonis. Was that not intended as a pun? Yes, my title is definitely a joke about terrible things. I am surely a terrible person, etc., etc. Alright, welcome to the election season. The Free Trade Party won by a bunch. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? It means if they want to, we can just keep the people in power in power. If we junk the Catholic Party, that's a tremendous amount of clout. Yeah, let's just keep things where they are. No worries. I am letting them vote, it's true. What happens if I roll back voting laws? Who gets angriest about that? Everybody. Yeah, as well as changes we could make, it could possibly cause a revolution. We'll stay with our current laws. The armed forces have lost some of their patriotic fervor. Also, the trade unions are gaining in power. Interesting. Interesting. Man, our GDP has really spiked quite a bit in the last little bit. Probably because of the colonization. Now, as we take over more and more territory down here, does that give access to making more and more kinds of buildings in those new places? I bet it does. Hey, lead mines. We have none of those currently. Oh, we can make them just next door. I'll go ahead and add those as something made eventually. Oops. Can't make gold mines yet. Coffee. We already have some... No, there are no coffee plantations. Huh. I thought I'd done that, but I guess I didn't. And then I think we've already started tea, but possibly haven't. We didn't. Wait, why did I stop all of these things? Probably I got focused on making cotton to try to get my price of fabric down. That didn't start unlocking things that I've never had before. What does a millet farm make? Just more grain. We don't really need that right now. Okay. Armed forces love us once more. Great. Luxury furniture getting more and more expensive. Fine arts also more and more expensive. I'm just not going to change anything. We're just going to let it run through for a while. Plenty of money again, so put 10 on this. Those I will move to the top. But I feel like other than possibly a military trouble, everything seems really, really under control. Dangerous equipment! Oh no. My poor furniture manufactories are ripping people's arms off. So we could slow down production because golly gosh we love our workers, winky face. Or we cannot stop the engines of progress. Friends, the individual person only has value insofar as they contribute to the greatness that is humanity. Your sacrifice of an arm, a leg, a life is so important and yet so insignificant. Yum, yum, yum. The machine needs more bodies. I'm a bad person. Trade union is not like that. Okay, we can bring in a bunch more sugar from elsewhere. Producing our own sugar is probably better. Hey, we urbanized Belgium. Flanders has come a long way since our attention was brought to it, going from tiny houses to a blooming metropolis. The woman sighs. Her old hands stop crocheting for a second. When I was younger, all this was farmland. Us kids would play freely in the fields, not having to worry about getting hit by a cart or those criminals coming to get us. And we still had time to work. Well, Grandma, now people have more places to work. That's right. Hello, old woman, the world will be better when you're dead. Flanders shines beautifully. More loyalists from having good standard of living. Or urban center buildings work more better. I mean, more loyalists would be very cool. More throughput is very cool also. I like both of these. So presumably we'll be having a decent amount of standard of living increasing for the poor. Our economy is pretty strong. So I think the second one might be better for getting us to major power again. But this one might be better just to make sure we're stable longer. Okay, I'm going to choose the first one. Stability seems nice. Best of luck. Hey, Flip Charlie, you have to go to Tokyo for a week for your job. Any general tips? I don't know. I mean, that's a big question. I think the thing that was hardest for me when I first got here was learning how to navigate the trains. That said, the Google Maps are so good on that. Yeah, I think getting familiar with the train system is really nice, really important. Past that, people here will tend to leave you alone. I mean, I had a visitor a couple weeks back to our school who got really angry in a bar and broke a very valuable poster. Ended up having to pay $10,000 to get the bar owner to drop the charges. So don't get real drunk and break things. I guess that's the big tip. It's just a place, right? And Tokyo is a huge city, so you can get anything you want. And it's really an amazing place. Hopefully your work visit goes well. If you have specific questions, I'm happy to try and help with those. But yeah, number one, don't get drunk and cause problems. Alright, we're bringing in a lot of fabric. I prefer to make my own fabric. We'll do that eventually. Oh! Did too much aggressive clicking here. Too many trade routes started all at once. Let's drop some of those. I should be doing the least valuable ones instead. Oh boy! We got a message from Prussia of all places. What do you want? Prussia wants a trade agreement with me. I mean, I want to keep Prussia happy, as they are frankly ginormous. So we can see here... Okay, we can see here that Prussia is importing wood from me and importing sulfur also from me. So if we accept this trade agreement, we'll lose 7,000 money. On the other side of things, what are we importing from the Prussians? Literally nothing. So I think the only advantage of this is maybe Belgium or Prussia will be happier with us. I think I'm gonna decline it. Yeah, definitely decline it. There's someone at the front door right now. I think it's probably a package being delivered. But I don't want to stop streaming and go talk to them in Japanese, so we're going to speak very, very quietly. We're just hiding here for a minute, friends. It's all good, all good. So adding 2 more construction buildings has damaged the economy, but not terribly. The problem, of course, is like the front door is just around the corner, and the front window where people stand to push the buzzer is right here, so they can definitely hear me, even if being very quiet. That's right, we need to lurk, we need to be very, very quiet. Hey, the price of fabric dropped to a reasonable level. No great surprise there. Okay. These coal mines have been sitting in queue for such a long time. Alright. What are they delivering today? Oh, we have a giant blanket coming. It's heading towards very cold months here, and unfortunately the standard blanket size for Japanese beds is not large enough that I can have it over my shoulders while having my little feet sticking out. So, we ordered from Amazon a California king size, which is obviously way, way larger, but that way I'll be able to stay warm at night, and that seems nice and important to me. And as we're playing, I do wonder like what's going wrong in my world that I don't know about. Are we still expanding over here? Yeah, you can see that more and more of this territory is becoming mine. And eventually there'll probably be a war. But for now, not yet. Likely just adding more troops there is an important thing. Just don't do anything. Just don't push buttons. No more building. It looks like the Amazon driver called Noms at work and said, "Hi, no one's answering the door. Can we deliver it to the front porch?" And she said, "Yes, of course." I've considered making a sign that says, like, "Hey, feel free to just leave our things at the front door. It's all cool, we promise." But haven't done that yet. Because we imported all that fabric, we're no longer struggling on that. Iron, though, continues to be a problem. So, I said I was not going to change anything. That was a lie. We do want to finish the Arts Academy first, and then the other ones. It's still tons of peasants everywhere. Russia started a native uprising with the Kazakhs. So you can start a native uprising. I assume the native uprising would only start on the other side. How's that work? Okay, so maybe that is the case. The native uprising only starts from the other side there. Anybody want to join my custom union? Portugal surely does not. We can bankroll a ton of people. Embargo against the Netherlands. That would definitely lead them to hating us more. No worries. I do see that Prussia's began their first bit of marching throughout Europe. They're trying to do what exactly? This is like Yeah, here we can see what they're doing. Conquering a state in the west. They have a lot of troops. Our poor little Saxe Meiningen has no troops. Russia's thinking of supporting, as is France. Waldeck, Nassau, and Lübeck are supporting Prussia. So we could join this war. The only fear I have is that France will destroy me from behind if I try to help Prussia. If I try to help the smaller power, then Prussia will destroy me from the front. But maybe let's just maintain some neutrality here. Seems good. Hey, VB Knight, thanks for the resub. It's good seeing you, friend. I appreciate using your Prime sub here. And spend time with us always. Very, very nice. Hey, Quick Ben. I'm doing well. How are you, Quick Ben? Good to see you here today on this lovely Tuesday, Monday, whatever day is for you. Hope you're having a good day. Once again, trade route problems. Our arts academy has increased in level. We have 9 months to finish this. Oh dear. Oh dear. So I think we have a second level arts academy. Its occupancy is just not filled yet. So I may have waited too long to start this one. I'm not going to get the philosophy department made either, because I don't have a level 5 university, goodness gracious. The steam engine we still have 7 years to figure out, and that's that should be okay. We have to have a level 3 motor industries. I believe ours is currently level 2. We'll check that in 1 second. First, though, the question of the Arts Academy. It is level 2. It is needs another 600 people on board before that event will finish. So, do we get there in 6 months or whatever it was? Not sure. Have they gone on any expeditions to the Congo River? Oh! I totally forgot that was a thing. Where is it? There's some, like, quest button or... Where is it? All these buttons. This is the journal. Here we go. No, I didn't do these. I always forget they're even here. The Congo River Expedition. The heart of the African continent remains a mystery for many. Let's launch an expedition to plot the course of the Congo River. I bet I could have done this from the very moment that, from the very moment that we first took an interest in the Congo. So, if we do this, I did have quinine also. The event Congo River Expedition starts. It'll cost me money. That's fine. I'm okay with destroying the economy to find the Congo River. Hello! A number of experts in different fields have been gathered to take part in the expedition to the very heart of nature. Their youthful enthusiasm is quietly blended with the prudent fear that veteran explorers feel towards this uncharted continent. Glorious! Who shall lead us? A group of strong candidates have expressed their interest in leading the expedition. However, we should not make this decision lightly. The first to arrive was a well-dressed, fresh-faced, almost young gentleman whose keenness to impress was only matched by his willingness to oblige. His smile, as wide as one can imagine, was fashionably put together. "If I may," he politely said, presenting his credentials. "Are these people both my current generals?" They are. So, Louis Evian, who is 70 years old. Wait, okay, Louis Evian is 70 years old. Albert, Florent, etc. is 56 years old. Wait, which one of you is fresh-faced and almost young at 56 and 70? The good general here is already in the Congo. I kind of want to support him because he's there. The other one, I believe, is my starting general, and he's up in the Rhine. Trench rat, meticulous diplomat, woodland combat versus surveyor, diplomat, imperious, experienced offensive. I have no idea if either of those are beneficial here. Yeah, none of them seem to like directly talk about expeditions. But I wonder if the different character traits will modify what happens in our world. I'm going to send the guy from the Congo. This is going to cost us 3,600 money for a while. Best of luck to you. Goodbye, money. We also have no navy right now. Maybe at some point I need a small navy. I don't know if it'll do any good for us. Especially compared to the British next door and the Dutch. Yeah, I do wonder what happens if all of these native rebellions pop simultaneously. Might be a little bit terrible. Okay, a little faster for a while. We're number 16. I think we just jumped up from 17. Oh shoot, I meant to check out the Art Academy. Because yeah, Architect, that's a good question. If I subsidize the Art Academy, will that help with my problem? 8 months still. Okay, to the Arts Academy. Alright, we just need 300 more people now. It's going fast. The subsidization button does what? I have no idea. Okay. So subsidizing costs us more money. Wages are cheaper for them. So we're paying the wages out of our national budget. Seems good. People are employing. We'll see, we'll see. And oh yeah, jumped by a huge amount just now. We may actually finish this before we're out of time. Something that needed a level 3 something. What was it? The steam engine. Again, philosophy department not going to happen, but whatever. The steam engine need a motor industry of level 3. Over here, we're still looking for level 2 motor industry. I thought I had that. Is it just a matter of not having full employment there, maybe? Yeah, so it is the case that we have level 2. However, it's not exactly productive because we can't pay the wages. Hello. Okay. More subsidization. Everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. There we go. Patron's Romanticism is completed. The Arts Academy of Flanders experienced an increasing interest in the Romantic movement, with some of our greatest artists producing genuine masterpieces. Oh boy, time for a little bit of Samuel Taylor Coleridge, right? Gotta get high on the opium and read this one. In Xanadu did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure-dome decree, where Alph the sacred river ran through caverns measureless to man, down to a sunless sea. Ah, lovely. We'll show the world how Romanticism is done, makes our Arts Academy more better, or instead, demand realism, the next level. Let's make more art. Okay, so with that done, does it open up the next kind of... we don't have the next kind of art yet. That probably comes along at some point. Scramble for Africa. The colonial empire in Africa is still in its infancy, but shows promise for us to be considered an important player in the region. We have to research malaria prevention. Okay, this is a step beyond merely quinine. Unlocks, removes all effects. Dear Paradox, the word removes needs an E. We also have to have colonial exploitation instead of merely resettlement. We'll probably try that eventually. But yeah, realism here requires to first research realism. Lots more to think about. Lots more to do. France and Prussia are now rivaling. Happily, the front is going this direction, not straight through us. Oh boy, oh boy. Malaria was the reason for 2,000 days to colonize. Yeah, so that's why I got quinine. It sped it up by quite a bit. I didn't realize the malaria prevention was a further research beyond that. Netherlands is rivaling France? What is wrong with you people? Hey, we got a message. France is inviting us to join their customs union. Again, I'm trying very hard to... Yeah, I'm trying very hard to understand how my economy works without engaging with people next door. So, sorry, but no. You gotta come buy my stuff straight away. Iron is still very expensive. The expedition arrives. After a few weeks of preparations and travel, the expedition led by Albert Florent Joseph Prissa has arrived at the mouth of the Congo. From here they will begin their journey to plot the course of this elusive river. Going up that river was like traveling back to the earliest beginning of the world, when vegetation rioted on the earth and the big trees were kings. An empty stream, a great silence, an impenetrable forest. The air was warm, thick, heavy, sluggish. There was no joy in the brilliance of sunshine. The long stretches of the waterways ran on, deserted, into the gloom of overshadowed distances. Onward! We now have a journal entry about this. The expedition progresses with low peril. The heart of the African continent remains a mystery for many. We shall launch an expedition, etc. The expedition needs to reach a progress of 8 or above. If we complete this, we'll no longer be spending all of our money on the expedition. And we'll get a successful expedition. So we can watch the little bar increasing here. It also increases here. So hopefully it remains low peril. I can imagine it getting pretty bad, though. France wants a trade agreement. Let's go ahead and try to see who is getting the best of this one. So, with respect to France, we're importing absolutely nothing, it looks like. They're exporting... we're exporting steel to them and paper to them. We're importing clippers, sugar, and fabric. We're currently tariffing on steel. That's getting us quite a bit of money. So I'm going to decline that also. Getting the clippers back might be nice, but as of right now, we don't need them. Maybe. Maybe. Netherlands no longer views as a rival. Huh. I presume the Netherlands have bigger problems than just us. They're still a major power, but they're now conciliatory towards us. They're viewing us as a mistaken enemy. Huh. Huh. So why are the Dutch trying to reconcile with us? What have they done? It might be they're afraid of France. Because Prussia still feels protective of us. They might view me as inferior now. That's very rude. How dare you? I was hoping we could use France to eat Luxembourg in particular. But maybe that's not going to happen. Oh, is Luxembourg independent now? They're part of the Dutch market. They're not part of the Dutch nation, though. Is that true? Huh. Are they the same color still? Hard to tell. So King William, etc. there. Versus Luxembourg. Okay, it is still a personal union between the two. Never mind. Never mind, never mind. Looks like all of the iron mines finally got made. Food prices are coming down finally also. Tools and iron still the problem. Hey, crocodiles! While navigating the river of Congo, one of the men is irredeemably dragged down while checking the conditions of the hull. On silvery sandbanks, hippos and alligators sunned themselves side by side. A scream was heard at dawn, but it came in the shape of an unrestful and noisy dream, remembered with wonder amongst the overwhelming realities of this strange world of plants and water and clamor. After drowsily following the sound, we found that one of our men had been dragged into the depths of the river by a pair of sharp jaws, bright eyes, emerald-like skin. Alright, so in the same way we feed workers to the machines, occasionally we have to feed explorers to the crocodiles and alligators. Fight for your life. So we have a coin flip here of life prevails or a moment of silence. After an interminable minute of fighting, nature proves inescapable. The sound of jaws closing is interrupted by a softer texture. We wish we had the power to stop hearing. The steamboat finds its way through velvet-tinted water. Sorry, dead dude. So we gained some progress and some peril. Now medium peril instead of only low peril. And that really was coin flip, because there's nothing I could do that would help with that, unfortunately. France is buying my wood also. Hey, people want my engines. My engines are real cheap here right now. Am I the #1 producer of engines in the world? I'm number 3. I'm number 3 and number 2 on a lot of things. If we export these, we don't get that much money, and we may ruin our local economy. So let's not do that right now. Instead, we bring more luxury furniture in. We're taxing that, and so that might be a very good thing to have to get more money coming in. I'm frankly amazed that no one hates us right now. Like, we have a whole bunch of people who are fairly happy, some who are quite happy, and then no one hates us. Amazing. Amazing, amazing. If we bring tools in also, wow, the French really want to sell tools. Yeah, eventually make it all ourselves. We're producing so much iron, it just does not matter. Hey, the white fog! At dawn, the expedition wakes up to find a dense white fog surrounding them, greatly impairing their vision. There it was before us, a viscous and coagulated layer of nature's ill breath, like a mass of rotten ivory blood, making it impossible to guess where our steamboat was, making it impossible to even guess who the man next to us was, or whether he was still alive. It was calm, and that stillness of life did not in the least resemble peace. Alright, so we can wander into the fog, gain progress, gain peril. Where it's not safe, we delay. I'm fine with delaying. And then, time for dysentery or other. Getting ourselves our Oregon Trail diseases. The latest report from the expedition is that several crew... That's a terrible sound. The yelling. Several of the crew have come down with dysentery. One has even died. We can barely make any progress with half the expedition in and out of the bushes every quarter hour. We tell them to push on once more, or we wait for a while. Again, it reduces the level of peril. Now we're low peril, we're going a little bit slower, but I think that's fine. The only thing we're losing is our funding. Patty Fran, thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day. I think those big imports there really, really helped. As much as I do worry substantially with like destroying my economy by importing too much, it does seem to help the economy because we're getting taxes on the items we're importing, and luxury, or the richy riches want them so badly. which of our trade routes are not super productive? Boop, boop. So like that bureaucracy fixed again. There's no percentage number here, so it's based on just can we figure it out. Also, the Prussians have come to buy my engines. This might spike the prices of engines, unfortunately. Alright. I need more iron mines. I need more motor industries both. I'm going to go ahead and kick my coffee and tea to the top because we don't have these yet, and probably become like one of the top producers fairly quickly. I do want to finish these 3 coal mines first. 11,000 money increase. Holy cow. That's ridiculous. Yeah, so just increasing our imports really fixed things. Put export tariff on them? Oh, good call. Yes, we can't have our Prussians running away with all of my precious engines. Let's find that. Hey, Kirkin, thank you for the follow also. Hello, hello. Not getting a lot more money, but protecting them seems good. The rural folk are now powerful. I don't exactly want that. Yeah, this is not terribly useful to me. Because they don't like me colonizing at all. In the night, a member of the expedition fell off a boat. We could spend time looking for them, or we could move on. The screams came first, then the drowning, and that long and succulent stain on the water. Red as strawberry syrup. Or the last moments of dawn, when the horizon is clear and the clouds look like worn-out bandages. I'm not a very good swimmer, you know. He had looked over the river with a crooked smile days ago. Good, it's almost over. I can order my men forward. It costs more peril, or try to find him first. So minor peril versus big peril. We'll again slow down. I might be being a little bit too humane here, I'm not quite sure. I'm going to go ahead and make one construction spot in each of my colonies also, just to speed up production in them. We'll still try to continue stacking as much as possible, though. Okay, Prussia took over territory. Really no surprise there at all. That's their first bite they've taken out of the nearby folks. I'm curious if it's possible to play this game without like making an absolutely huge construction queue. I'm curious if anyone manages to do it. Also, our number of radicals have gone down substantially in the past year or so. Okay. Attack on the river. While the expedition is traveling by river, they're attacked by the locals. Careful, sir! A sharp sound deafened the noise of the crew. I'm sorry? A sharp sound deafened the noise of the crew. Okay, so maybe it's over top of the noise of the crew. An arrow was now trembling, stuck in the wooden wall just next to my head. Presumably it's not me, it's the general. Down! Everybody down! A line of men stood at the edge of the jungle. Like guardian statues, they held spears and bows, pointed directly at us. Their careful movements, that slow shuffle there. We had trespassed the limits. Down! I heard the men shout. We can stand and fight. We might well win. Or run away. We stand and fight. We show them how Europe does it. Ha-ha! The expedition manages to successfully defend from the attack. Their crude weapons were no match for our firepower. Well done, boys. On we go. And then untrained hands. The children working in the paper mills were not having a good life. Alright, so we're ripping children apart for the sake of progress. We can stop children from working, get less money from non-workers. Or keep feeding children to the machines. The landowners and trade unions don't like that. The tradings are currently -4. If they go -5, I'll get much lower efficiency on construction. I'm going to go ahead and keep the children off the floor. And I'm curious about the relevant law. So nobody's interested in proposing no child labor, unfortunately. If we go to colonial exploitation, the intelligentsia supports this. Though I think initially they were opposed to being in Africa at all. Heck yes. Heck yes. So we get more and more stuff from our nations, and we can increase a colonial affairs level. Amazing. The intelligentsia love it. And so we now are getting cheaper society research. I might go for nationalism next then. We'll see. Iron's expensive, artillery's expensive. I haven't made a single arms manufacturer yet since the game started. Into the jungle. Our estimations had not taken into account the difficulties that the Bobangi forest would cause the expedition. The 2 months we had devoted to the region of the Congo are most likely to be doubled, with 4 months to get through the Bobangi instead. Hey, Quick Ben, thank you for continuing your subscription. I'm glad you're still enjoying the show we're putting on here. Appreciate it a whole bunch, my friend. We could not understand we were already too far. I tried to talk to the officers about it, but they would just dismiss it, saying we're not that deep in the jungle. They could not understand we were already too far. Not into the jungle, not into the river, not even into the immaculate night of starry firmament and profound silence. Instead, we're traveling towards the end of times, towards the beginning of times, those first ages, last ages. There's hardly any sign here for us. Advance, go back. Silence against the roaring jungle, just silence. So my poor general is deeply confused of where he is, what he's doing. He can't find any landmarks. It's just terribly confusing. So we could save our food, lowering our peril, which may be at 0 right now. Or we're closer to the end. Keep on going, gain some peril. I think peril 0. They're in grave danger. Uh-oh. So maybe it just didn't show me the current peril level. So the expedition is now of peril 8 or above. If this fails me, pretty bummed. Most distressing. The expedition is closed. Failed expedition. After not receiving reports for many months, the fate of the expedition is clear. However, a letter from Albert Florence Joseph Pries finally arrived this morning, confessing the only way to live was to come back. Do you see the story? Do you see anything? It seems to me I'm trying to tell you a dream, making a vain attempt because no relation of a dream can convey the dream sensation, that commingling of absurdity, surprise, bewilderment, and a tremor of struggling revolt, that notion of being captured by the incredible, which is the very essence of dream. So Prissa had an interesting expedition. We got nothing for it. Curses! So because we failed, for the next 5 years we lose prestige and authority. Prissa, though, is now an explorer. Does he return to be a commander? He does. So what does explorer do? Plus 200% expedition opportunity. The chance that more good things will happen, or more good things than bad will happen on expedition. Do you want to go again, brother man? Do you want to go once more into the heart of Africa? Go forth, all of you! Go forth! All of you! Surely they will succeed this time. We've lost authority because of the failed expedition. Again, it's 5 years to fix this. So I'm going to turn off road maintenance in Wallonia. And they still have sufficient infrastructure, barely. Alright. Mecklenburg refuses to be a protectorate of Austria. I expect then that Mecklenburg will get eaten by Prussia, as will everyone else. I am Belgium in the Congo, it's true. Either did you not see the title? I feel bad about the title of the stream, but I'm also very proud of myself. It's one of these situations. How we managed to reduce the prices of groceries? That was a big issue for a while there. Groceries are still expensive, but better than they were. Can we find a way to cheapen them further? We can use glass to get more liquor out of them. That's not what we need. And we don't know about cans yet. We'll have to research that next. 3 more are getting made eventually. Poor friends. Poor friends with your poverty there. And we were able to get the standard of living up in Sweden much, much faster than here. Not quite sure why. But tea and coffee should make everybody very, very happy. So the expedition has begun again. Is that true? Yeah, in 30 days we'll get the expedition as starting event. Norway wants to be our friends. Everybody wants to be our friends. Even the Dutch. Yeah, so it seems that the entirety of the territory here is just, like, cool with us. Europe seems to have stabilized pretty nicely pretty quickly. And Prussia wants a trade agreement. Sorry, but no. They're trying to take advantage of us with this constant trade agreement requests. Okay, as weapons are expensive, let's go and make our second armed manufactory ever. Oh, we're finally getting rid of peasants. Getting closer and closer to 0 there. And we need more iron. What's new? What's new? What's new? 20 of them. Okay. 25. The money we're spending right now does not include the expedition, so we're going to be going hard on money again pretty soon. It's because we're running so much construction, clearly. And the goods we're using are very expensive. So we can get the price of wood, fabric, iron down. It'll help quite a bit. Yep, iron, big issue. Nobody wants my tea. There we go. So very quickly it went from no one knows about tea, just suddenly, ooh wee, give us all the tea. Then, ooh wee, give us all the coffee. We could tax that. There are very few people buying them right now. Also, Prussia's buying my steel. Can we protect the steel? Oh, we actually are already protecting the steel. We are. We are indeed. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. So... Oh, are we exporting ourselves? Yeah, I want to stop that. I'm glad to be getting money on it, but I need it for myself instead. So that might cause us to lose quite a bit of money, but it'll help with our own industry. Okay, once more! Going up the Congo. I'm not going to read all this time, but I believe it is basically the same events for a while. I think this time I'll probably choose the more conservative choice in any negative event. Just try very hard to complete the expedition. Though learning how peril works, like at what level is extreme peril or grave peril or minor peril, it doesn't seem to be numerical. It's not expressed numerically, at least. just don't build anything for a while. We'll be fine. Other things to import. People really want to buy steel. They really want to buy my steel. I removed this earlier. I'll go ahead and add one of them again. And, hey, we're a major power. We just became a major power. I have no idea why. But we're going to fall down in a year or so. So we've been on the cusp of major and minor power for a very, very long time. Okay, we've gone from number 3 producer of iron to number 2 producer. We're number 2 on fine art. Gotta keep working on that art stuff for sure. For that, though, we have to research realism in art, I believe. Okay. And these plantations get made so darn quickly. I feel kind of silly waiting on them. Yeah, trying to balance out my desire for more and more productivity of industrial goods versus consumer goods is a little bit challenging for me. I don't quite know how to think about it quite yet. And what are we researching allegedly? Steel railway cars. I don't actually know why we're doing this. I think what we'll actually do, it might free up laborers, which don't necessarily need, but maybe it gives more infrastructure also. The trade unions want protectionism. No. No. They export our lovely things. We don't need to do all these coal mines. So I'm going to keep the various plantations up above that. That was the arm manufacturer also to help with the cost of artillery. We're getting a ton of money from fine art now. Our price is almost 200. Why is it so expensive? That's actually an average price here. Hello, Talus. We are playing as King Leopold right now. Does that make us good people? Probably not. Are having fun though? Probably. Yeah, very little demand for fine art, but this will strengthen us quite a bit as time goes by. All luxury goods. So we haven't made any luxury clothing at all here. We're focusing only on normal consumer clothing. As we get more fabric coming in, which we have a ton of extra right now, we should probably start making more luxury clothing. I use dyes also. Hey JB, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. So, textile mills, if we go to craftsman sewing, requires silk. Okay, it's not quite what I thought. The luxury goods are not dyes. It's silk. If we go up, it makes fewer basic clothes. 120 fewer. That's all of them. So in your textile mills, you either get to make luxury or non-luxury, but not both. Let's just not colonize Congo. Oops. Oops. Oops, all Congo. So for a very brief moment, we changed from normal clothing to luxury clothing, and it collapsed the market for luxury clothing. That's fine. Could we import them? No, nobody wants it right now. That said, next month it might change over. I did stay at make normal clothing, correct? Yeah, good. Good. Production methods are per state. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. As much as I'm trying to stack industries in each state, if we separated them, we could then choose differently. Blankster, good thinking. Thank you for that. Thank you. My current expedition proceeds without incident. Little bit of benefit there. Little improvement there. Maybe we'll succeed this time, going up the river. Folks are radicalizing again. For a while there, we had only 200,000 radicals. It's increased in a big way, but still a small portion of our population. Are we firmly a major power now? Wow, we are. So we jumped from 16 to 11 very, very quickly. Now, I still don't quite know what determines one's power ranking, because it's not just prestige, right? The Chinese here have so much more prestige than we do. Hey, realism! So we can potentially do the realism artistry journal event next. Check out in a second. So what are the... I mean, maybe the benefit is the GDP being so high here? No, what are they worse than us at? Standard of living. And that's all. So something to do with standard of living lowers them enough here. You see what the number is? Oh, because they're unrecognized, they cannot go higher than 15. Okay. So China and Egypt are both stuck on these two. Which means that when we fall past these two very quickly. It's entirely based on these prestige numbers here. As long as we stay ahead of all of these, very, very happy. Just continue to increase GDP and standard of living that we need. Cool. Good to know, good to know. I was thinking about realism, right? To the journal. Patron of realism art. Activates if Belgium has researched realism, just done, and we have an arts academy. There it is. Alright. Artists are moving away from the abstract fantastical art and towards realistic portrayals of a concrete subject matter. As patrons of this movement, there could be much to gain. So we need to get an Arts Academy of level 5 and go to realistic art. Surely a good use of our state's limited budget. Let's see. They were currently at level 2. Yes. We go to realistic art. This will consume a little bit more paper, but give us even more art. This lowers the price, but that's fine. We can also go to bourgeoisie patronage. If we do that, instead of spending aristocrats here, we'll have them be standard capitalists or academics. Let's go ahead and have the capitalists help out with that. And they want to go to level 5. Okay, not super urgent. We have quite a bit of time, I believe, until it gets done. Yeah, 9 more years to go. Cool. Steam engine time. The motor industry is still not level 3 and fully occupied and functional. Has that third motor industry been made? I think it has. Just a matter of getting people working there. Yes, level 3. However... Huh. Full employment. The issue is steel is way too expensive. So we got to find a way to lower the price of steel. Yeah, even though we're subsidizing in a crazy way here, it is leading to some slight problems. So 8,000 of our 11,000 shortfall is in the motor industry. Holy cow. So fixing steel, clearly the problem. Let's first of all see... How bad is it? It's real expensive. And we're just not producing enough. Are people buying it? I believe I've already tariffed it. Yeah, steel is indeed going to the British. Oh, I'm doing that. And then the Prussians are buying it also. So if I stop this, we'll lose some money. That might fix our local problems, or somewhat do so. And then we're going to need even more steel mills. Our steel mills are not in the capital. They're across the way. We're going to lose a tiny bit of money, allegedly. That's okay. I definitely want those to go after the Arts Academy. Or before the Arts Academy, rather. And we're okay on iron right now. So we'll actually kick these well above most other things. Baking powder. We can improve our food industries. What does baking powder take to be used? Take to use, rather. So from sweeteners, which uses some sugar, some grain, to even more the same. Yeah, even more grain, even more sugar. We need to produce more grain. That's okay. I got some things. First of all, expedition member drowns. Good luck finding the guy who has fallen. Number 2, the white fog. We're gonna wait on that. Good. And then, in the midst of the debate surrounding our colonial exploitation, one of the country's leading playwrights, strongly associated with intelligentsia, has staged a play whose politically laden theme makes no secret of the author's desire to have the law passed. The man's viewpoint may be partisan, but sir, you cannot argue with his prose. Alright, so the best minds of our nation suggest it will be a joyful thing if only we exploit the rest of the world. I don't know how that play works. I'd probably be uncomfortable watching it, but that's okay. So bonus 10, if we just accept it. We could instead make the intelligentsia happier. We don't really care about that. Or ensure the play gets a wider international audience. Plus 20 prestige. Instead of getting the bonus to law passing. So I want the law to pass, but more than that, I want to make sure our nation is seen well. This man, the great colonizer, is the Bard of Brussels. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. So having imported more tea and coffee, the price of both has dropped substantially. Anybody want to borrow it? Nope. So though we are growing all the tea and coffee now, people are just not interested. We do need more grain, though, to keep the grocery prices running. So can we make grain in the homeland here? Yeah, clearly can. Continue stacking those. Rice farms would be nice also. These are bitten Tahiti. Or tensions looking. Yeah, tensions are all with just the local tribal powers. Okay, I think we're now fully and totally locked in as a major power. That bonus to prestige via the great artist seems really wonderful. And so we can have more interests. Now we're number 9. That's insane. That's great. So where do we want more interests to go? Japan? China? The US of A? I think I'm most interested in doing this in order to have trade relationships with people who might want to buy my garbage. And I don't quite know who would want to buy the things I have a lot of. Hey, Dark Hugo. Things are going well. It's been a really fun playthrough. So my tea is super interested in going around the world. We can see here where it would do best. It would do best in Morocco. Also do not have bad in the in Britain. Oh, why do you people engage in self-caricature? Who wants the tea? The British want the tea. The other things I should have a bunch of coffee, notably. Got a ton of tools. And want my tools? Tools are wanted in China in a big way. I think we're going to have interest in China. And then scads of fabric, though I am importing this also. 80. Eventually we're going to have a bunch of coffee as well. What does coffee look like? It's possibly... Oh, there it is. Coffee is wanted in the US of A. Alright, as I said, I'm going to make an interest in the USA and in China, and we'll see how it goes. Would China let me import silk? Probably so. And that'd be useful for getting our luxury clothes going. Absolute geniuses. Malik, thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. Alright, I suddenly care about the US of A, New England or Dixie? USA. And then northern China, I believe. There it is. Okay, there we go. Wait a minute for us to activate, get more trade going. It's gonna be awesome. Price of groceries has finally fallen. I see my fine art price has also dropped. Can't have that. Fine art's worth nothing. We're flooding it. So who wants some fine art? Nobody wants fine art. Someday people will be wealthy and then they'll want it. And then we'll be a leading producer. However, at this point, there's no reason for us to have that at all. We almost have our arms industry made. That will help with artillery, as I said. Very soon. Very soon. How are the colonies looking? Cameroon here, plus 29. Wait, Tahiti is no longer called Belgian Tahiti. Did we get thrown out? No, but still ours. It's just called Tahiti proper instead of being Belgian Tahiti. I wonder what changed there. And we don't actually have an interest here. I'm, again, kind of amazed we're allowed to colonize in areas we don't have interests. Alright, we now have New England and China on board. Again, the expedition advanced without any issue. So, moving closer and closer there. I sure would like to import silk once we set up our other clothes manufacturing. The Americans want coffee. So do the Portuguese. Great. The Chinese wanted tea, I believe, but I sent it to the British instead. We'll get more soon. So did I make a second clothes manufacturer yet? No, they're all in Flanders. So I do want to put one in a second area. Sure, Wallonia's fine. I want to move that towards the top so I can start making luxury goods. Dye Works accident. Several workers died today. Get it? Get it? Several workers died today at the Flanders Dye Work, where an industrial-sized tub of hot dye accidentally spilled out over the workshop floor and onto the unsuspecting workers. Oof. Locals were upset by the incident, claiming the poor safety regulations and the hot and dangerous workplace are to blame, and they are urging the government to take action. As rescue workers left the scene, several workshop employees were left dying. Alright, look here, Paradox. Look here. We shall all die sooner or later. More mortality for 5 years, or they shall not have died in vain. Help the trade workers. Nope. Keep producing. Funny stuff. Funny stuff. Joseon. That's Korea, isn't it? I believe this is Japanese Korea. Yeah. So these folks are trying to make nice with us. We're involved in northern China right now. Oh boy, area up here. Hokkaido is not yet been conquered. Don't tell the Japanese. The Japanese want to believe that they were always everywhere. Secrets. One of the few things I don't talk about with my students. I know they find it very, very, very troublesome to think about. Yeah, the government of Japan is very interested in a certain narrative about controlling here. But that's fine. That's fine. Price of artillery's gone down. Awesome. Steel is flying in now. Again, great. We know about rifling. That's a better weapon possibility. We go to the arms manufactory and go to the rifles. How do we still not have a level 2 motors industry? I don't mean to suggest this is nonsense, but it appears to be nonsense to me. We actually have a level 3 one. The problem is just that it's still not profitable at all. Okay, is the problem that we're getting so little money for the products? I think that's the problem. We're making a bunch of engines, however we can't export them effectively. I've got to fix that. Help with the productivity. So to the market to figure this one out. What have I currently done with engines? We currently are protecting them. I'm gonna stay on protective there, and apparently we were able to export them. The British want them. Enjoy. The Prussians want them. The French want them. The Chinese want them. Everybody want my engines. Alright, that should fix some of it. Bureaucracy troubles again. What's not terribly productive here? Not quite fixed. The sulfur's good money. The clippers, good money. The artillery, are we exporting or importing? Ah, they're choosing to do that. We need to protect our artillery to help with that. Made all those engines, never sold them. I think you're absolutely right. I got very excited about making them and then didn't go so well. We'll stop this fabric importation and make our own instead. Boat repairs. Our boat has been damaged by an unnoticed boulder while trying to navigate one of the river's most slender meanders in Bubongi. The narrowing waters flow through jagged rocks, wooden debris, drifting remains of the jungle that surrounds us. One could become lost in the river, even become truly lost in his mind. These ruins could be mistaken for one's own ruin. A sharp noise woke us from a childish reverie. Memories from simpler times in another place, another time so distant that swallows its existence, transforms it into something wilder, something lonelier. When we walked over to investigate it, we found that part of the hull had been severely damaged. We're going a little crazy. We could stop and care for it, or force the law. Yeah, definitely take care of the boat. We don't want to sink. And then, among us. One of the expedition members has been caught stealing more provisions than needed, under the excuse that he's ill and needs more food. Rations started to run low, and rumors and mistrust were spreading among the group. One of the men accused another of stealing bread and beans, sneaking out in the middle of the nights. "Sir," he cried, his face yellow and slender, "I needed the food. My body was starting to falter, and I couldn't follow the rhythm of long marches in the jungle." However, many were the men who were suspiciously doubting his words. "We need everybody here, or kill a thief." Alright, so if we kill the thief, we progress a little bit and gain a little peril. We're at medium peril. I would like to stay there or lower, so please stop stealing my things. Okay. Benny, thanks for the follow. How's it going? Hello, hello. Our economy's kind of been in a bad way for a while. If I can figure out where we can send things. I wish the Chinese wanted more things. I think with the exporting, it should be okay. Alright, so sending engines to China, no longer useful. And we're just paused on bureaucracy, so probably... Yeah, price of fabric shot up, thanks to my no longer importing it. So can we make more cotton plantations in particular? We can. We can. Let's go for 10 of them in total. So many things. So many things. We have 2 years worth of things queued up right now. No one's employed here yet because these don't exist yet. Is there to route the tea to China? That's a great question. So if we were to export to China instead of to Britain, how expensive would the tea be there? +5, unfortunately. So not that much, unfortunately. Hanover would be big money, but China's a huge market, but they don't want my tea all that much. Is there any easy way to see what China wants? Their GDP is merely struggling. The things that benefit poorer folks are good. Okay, I don't see anything here about their actual market demands. Maybe here would do it. Haha! You go to their market, you can learn a lot real quick. So what do they need more of? They need clothes. They gotta find a way to clad everybody. They want paper for their mighty Confucian bureaucracy. They have scads of wheat. And scads of fabric. Okay, I'm not part of the market. I have an interest there so I can export. I don't think I can import from them, though. Oh, this would be so nice to have, wouldn't it? How do I get their silk? That's what I really need. We'll figure out eventually. Attack on the river! So last time we stayed and fought against the tribal folks who were attacking us. We won last time. Let's do it again. Failed defense this time. We tried to hold them off, there were too many. We lost several men before we could finally get down the river. More peril, more progress. We're now at grave danger. So last time we failed just after this. So we may have a second failure in the Congo River. We're halfway through the expedition. We probably just keep running away, I suspect. Hey! France has a trade agreement. I keep saying no on these. What's happening here? Prussia versus Baden-Baden-Baden. And France is trying to help keep Baden-Baden-Baden safe. But Prussia's rolling pretty aggressively through. I think France is probably not devoting everyone to keeping Prussia under control. Yeah, I don't know how to think militarily. Like, definitely this playthrough has not been military at all. I do wonder if I eventually will do a military playthrough. Maybe just as Prussia. They seem like the obvious folks. As we have more clothes, these will be useful for sending to China almost certainly. However, we need more fabric to make any of this happen. Okay. So what's really expensive here? Guns, paper, iron. So make a bunch more guns. We could send guns there. Expedition then beset by malaria. Alright. So if I tell them to rest for a while, we still gain a little peril. Do we fail then? We've now failed. Man, the luck of the draw here, huh? So once again, we failed in trying to go through the Congo. Well, we get a little bit of money back. That's nice. But such sadness. Oh no! My beloved explorer general has been lost to the jungle. Curses, curses. So we've lost our commander in the Congo. We'll get another one of those. Also, an influential faction within the trade unions is unhappy that we're neutral on the topic of the colonial exploration, or exploitation rather. Themselves in favor of law, they're now resolved to form a new political faction that will pass this law. We've been trying to pass it for such a long time. How can you all stand idly by and watch the world pass before your eyes? Have you no sense of honor, of duty, ambition? So we could invite the trade unions to help us pass this law. The trade unions will then get weakened a little bit. Or instead, we can invite the armed forces to pick up the trade unionists. They're both relatively weak. And get only 10% increase the chances of increase. I don't know how to think about the armed forces. Like, they're useful, they're good, but they're fairly small. I'll take the maximum improvement chance to get us passed through as fast as possible. So we need to get ourselves a new commander again. Down south. Hello. There are two of them. One from the rural folk, one from the trade unions. One is arrogant, so can hold more troops, and a surveyor, better fighting overall. The other is cruel, kills people real fast, increases morale damage, and is good at defense. You know what, boss? I like the cut of your jib. Please don't turn that cruelty against your men. Thank you, thank you. We're about to have so much fabric coming in. That should lower the prices of everything. Clothes especially. Hey, steam engine time. Look forward to reading that. First, though, I see that the price of small arms has gone down substantially. So, can we send small arms to the Chinese? Where are they? This is just what we got in our arms factory up and going. Oh yes, the Chinese want all of our guns. I believe this is gonna make it so we have a shortage of arms. It's not that much money. And we'll also be low on bureaucracy. So I think we want to make more arms and a new governmental building, and then send guns to the Chinese. But first, manufacture of steam engines become a profitable industry thanks to our sound investment in locomotive technology. They're being employed all around the Belgian railway lines. All aboard for Brussels, courtesy of the good folks at Brussels Steam Locomotive Company. Getting out of Luxembourg has never been easier. The dining cart is restricted to first-class passengers, stowaways we prosecute it. They all aboard, what happens? Belgium gets better railway throughput. Awesome. More engines needed. We get more engines produced. Or instead we head towards steel railway cars. 3,000 points. Do we already have that? It's what we're working on right now. If we get 3,000 points, it's just done. But we'll be losing 1,000 points. Like, it'll be wasted. I think that's fine. Okay, so that's done. Awesome. Hey, William Farm, does terrain matter in battles? So honestly, I've not been part of a single battle yet in my playthroughs. Which is a bit of a problem, I'm sure. I think I need to work better on that. But I suspect that terrain does matter in battles, insofar as some of the commanders have like pop-ups and notifications about how well they do in certain terrains. And in other games, it matters a lot. So I suspect it does, but like I said, I've managed to avoid any fighting so far. Awesome. So better railways, we'll have to see what happens when we include those soon enough, or use them soon enough. Now, I either want to do the military or the production side over here. I hear one of my sound tiles about to fall. I'm going to push it up again. After stream today needs to be fixing those with more tape. Ugh. So on the military side of things, we could increase the level of our ports. We've not maxed out most of them so far, so I don't think we need that. Over here we can get bigger weapons for suppressing the natives. The telegraph, what's that do? Lowers war exhaustion from casualties. Presumably can let people know back home how things are going. No, I think increased production makes more sense right now. So this is how we're behind the times. We don't have canneries or chemical bleaching. This would help our food making quite a bit. So let's do that. Okay, now let's learn what happens when we have steam engine increase. Looks like it might only affect... Well, the urban center, we can have more laborers available if we move public trams here, instead of using carts moving things around. That'll increase the price of transportation quite a bit, so we need to build more railroads. Lead mines should go up also. Maybe I didn't understand what the steel railway car does. Steel passenger carriages for the railway building itself. We'll go to the railway building itself. Oh wow, we've actually never changed this at all. So we can remove some infrastructure and gain so much more transportation while costing a little bit more wood, or a little more steel instead. So the hit to infrastructure might be a problem. And that's to increase the price of steel again. The Catholic Church is again unhappy, happy, it's not clear which one. The birth rate's fallen off once more though. They're +9. So close, so close. Are the motor industries profitable yet? I thought we were close on making them profitable by selling them around the world, but... Hello, friends. We are #1 in productivity of motor industries. We're way behind on overall productivity. That's cool, though. That's cool, though. So finally, it is indeed productive. The money is charging along. Building levels equal or greater than 2. It's a motor industry. It's not subsidized. There we go. Hey, mission accomplished. So that was just us finishing a tutorial kind of mission. So next up, have 8 nations as part of the customs union. Increase production overall with steam donkeys and such. And lower the price of iron, coal, and steel yet again. Does anyone be part of my customs union? I kind of doubt it. Let's see what we can do. We could invite Portugal or Benin in. As right now, neither one wants it. Fine. Surely someone will join us someday. how long's the next try here? 205 days. Then we'll get our exploitation, I'm sure. Oh, I think we've yet to discover anything in the Congo here. Look at that. Fancy, fancy Belgium. Getting bigger and bigger. Hey, Sarg. I have to actively... Oh, you gotta make them, respect you to get them in. So try to improve relations with them. So Portugal's already amicable. Am I allowed to try to make them low us more than that? No. I'm as high as I can go there. I'm not quite sure how to get them into my customs union. Maybe bankrolling them would do it. Who knows? Alright, France has finally stopped buying my iron. Does that lower iron prices? Where's my iron? So iron is only -2. I need to get it to -20 to fix this thing. Steel price is probably crazy expensive. Yes, plus 19. And coal is very expensive also. We're exporting coal. Stop that for right now. We're exporting steel? No. But keep on lowering those prices. First, though, the clothing. And hopefully this silk. Probably the price of fabric has dropped substantially in the past little bit. Nope. They're still trying to import it. Though it is not crazy expensive. There it is. That's roughly average price. Our economy's almost healed once more. It's all just a construction price. Our investment pool is giving us 8,000 a month or week or whatever, and we're burning through so much more. Yeah, it's always the case. Like, if we just stop constructing for a little bit, we'll end up with so much money. If we do that, though, we'll fall behind on the GDP race. And we got to keep pushing that forever and always. That said, our standard of living is lower than I'd like it to be. Like, it's well above where it's supposed to be for everybody. But if we could find ways to improve it even more, I'd be very, very pleased. Austria no longer cares about North China. That's right, North China's us, ours exclusively. Oh! Suddenly the rural folk are the most powerful people around. Their population is 287,000. Okay, so clearly the rural folk has the largest number of people involved. Now that said, I don't think they're allowed to vote. I'm fairly sure our law on voting is based on wealth, yeah? Yeah. So, the rural folk do not care about voting, even though there are more of them than there are of us. And in fact, they do not want to vote. They're uninterested in more suffrage. Fine stuff. What laws are currently being proposed? Oh, we can't do anything because we're currently working on this law. Never mind. Never mind. Artillery expensive again. That'll get fixed real soon. So with this new textile mill new textile mill made in Wallonia, I'm gonna have it focus on making luxury clothing instead. So we're now desperate for silk. Hello. We can import it from China. Cool. So yes, having an interest in a place gives you access to their resources, both to buy and to sell. So exactly what we wanted. Silk comes in, luxury clothing gets made. Luxury clothing getting made should lower the price of very expensive luxury clothing, which will be good for our taxes. Yeah. I believe we're taxing this already. Yeah, we're getting very, very little money on it. But it's the kind of thing that is only to be consumed more and more. Alright, so no real luxury goods left to tax in the current state of things. Anybody want my art? Anybody want some art? Hey, the Chinese kind of sort of want my art. The Ottomans want it so much more. But I'm very glad to see we'll eventually find a place to send our art. Speaking of which, where in the grand pile of things is the increase to Art Academy? Towards the bottom. You know what? I'm feeling like we should begin engaging in more patronage. I'm going to drop these below the ones that are currently being built. We'll finally get our oil production going. I have no idea if we need it for anything, but it's ours and I am happy. Okay, price of silk went up, price of fruit went down. Okay, tell me about fruits. No one's buying them right now. There they are. Anybody want my fruits? The Chinese want some fruits. Just a little bit. Okay, maybe I actually didn't need to do that, as it's, again, consuming all my bureaucracy for so little money. Probably not worth it. Just kidding, China. Just kidding. That fixes the problem. Like I said, we need more bureaucracy. We can get that by building a new bureaucracy building. And where do I not have one yet, I wonder? No fruitsy backsies. Exactly right. Tahiti does not have one. We'll make one there just to increase the reach of our mighty, mighty state. Once we're plus 3,000 again, I'm then going to go ahead and try to find the part of the Congo once more. So, previously there was a state here. Like, previously there was an unincorporated people here, and they, I guess, have bent the knee. Like, they're suggesting they don't actually care about who's in charge. I am curious if the folks next door will fight back us instead, or if we're just going to continue expanding to their territory also. Craziness. There's still undiscovered resources here. Have we discovered anything new? No, many livestock ranches and millet farms. Yeah, may eventually. Russia and Austria are no longer friendly. What's new? Only a few days more until we get a check on exploitation. We'll see it upsets everybody terribly. And we're expanding very nicely. Like I said before, the thing I'm concerned about is eventually being attacked by somewhere in this neck of the woods. But for right now, they're not interested in taking us over. I don't really know when the AI tips over in the direction of we're going to dominate you militarily. Like, will Prussia eventually say, you are next in line, yum, 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 yum? Or is their goal just to make Germany and to leave us alone? Okay. Wallonia's market access has fallen apart. We could do road maintenance if we stop doing so elsewhere. I think a better idea, though, is just make more railways. Yeah, our railways there are doing just fine. It's just, there are not enough of them. And so I want to kick that towards the top also. Finish the Arts Academy first. You wonder what else in the journal we could work on. Liberalism, no. Rifling! So if we have an arms industry of level 3 that is making rifles, we then get modernizing the arsenal. We have 8 years to do that. And the whaling industry. In the next 9 years, we could build a whaling station and have an admiral out there. We can have our very own Ahab action. I'd love to see that one. Have we finished making our first whaling station? I believe we have. It's not productive yet, though, because it just came into existence, I believe. Yeah, there it is. Have to work on the employment thing. But here comes oil. Everyone's dying, but here comes oil. Probably time to start with having a navy. For that, though, we would need to pay for another commander. We can't really do that right now. So one thing I'm curious about, we started the game with 2 commanders in Belgium. Is there any reason for that? I don't think there is, to be honest. So which of you 2 am I going to fire? You're frankly hated by everyone. Alright. You get retired, boss. The rural folk will not like that by -1. We won't lose anything for that, that's fine. Okay. So that general's gone. It gets his bureaucracy back. Once the new bureaucratic building is made in Tahiti, then we'll have enough bureaucracy points to hire an admiral. And to start having the Belgian Navy. Ooh, the British should become cautious. I was thinking it's time for a navy. Hopefully the British don't mind, but they know he's an unknown factor. Hello. Let's be friends. Don't you worry about me at all. It's all fine. The government's attempt to pass the colonial exploitation law has brought the ethics of colonialism to the forefront of public debate. Ethics schmethics. It's just a bunch of people sitting in armchairs making things up. We have no right to interfere, control, or exploit. They say we bring civilization. We bring misery and oppression. We rig the entire social economic structure of the colonies to serve our selfish needs. No, no, no. They have land they are not using correctly. We will teach them how to make land their own by improving it. Haha, John Locke. Alright, so we have a 20% chance of getting a +10, a 4% chance of getting +20, or a 4% chance of less enactment. Or we concede some points. We then have less chance of getting the big one, and more chance of getting the little one. No, we're going all in on colonialization. How dare you suggest it's anything but correct? Off with your hands. Okay, so we got the little -10. Could have been much worse. That's fine. Fixing this, we have battalions in reserve. I believe it's the case they should be gradually moving over to the single general in Belgium. Is that true? Yeah, so Andre Lampre Nipos can hold up to 20 dudes. He currently has 5 dudes. These will shift over as time goes by. While I'm thinking about troops and such, we'll go ahead and add a further group of barracks here. A agrarian party has been formed by the rural folks. They don't want to vote, but they want a political party. What are you talking about? Alright, rural folk are happy, having a good time. Best of luck with you. Ooh! So in the shift of political parties, as always, our legitimacy has absolutely collapsed. How do I fix that? It's not by adding the rural folk to power. The Liberal Party coming in seems like the solution. I'm always so confused by forming the government after political parties change. So I'm going to take everybody out for right now and see what we can fix here. So yes, putting the Catholics in helps. The Liberal Party, landowners want to join the Liberal Party. I don't want them in power, not even a little bit. And the industrialist also helps. And the agrarians harms. Alright, so up to 61 if we leave all these folks out of power. Fine. But what did I actually do to fix legitimacy there? I kicked the landowners out of power, apparently. So they could join their correct party. Who knows, who knows. Current King Leopold is intelligentsia. The next one is also the same. Azlude, how do we say your name? I'm terribly sorry, Azlude. Good to see you here. Thank you for the fine joke. I agree. This page is really, really, really confusing. And so it tends to be just me pushing buttons back and forth and hoping it works out. So some more radicals, but at least everybody's happy again. And that's what counts. The rural folk drop some power. The church is giving us our birth rate bonus still. Our arts academy is nearly finished. Our pause on cash for a little bit. What a nice empire we have. As all three of these finish, we'll then check on what we need to do to have the next level of the journal entry for this. Increase export value. Have engines be pricier than their base price. Hey, D. Meyer, thanks for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Very, very generous of you. Glad you're enjoying the show. Enjoy your freedom from ads. Blah, ha, 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 ha. So they want me to increase the price of engines, but then I need to use those engines myself. I don't know, I agree with you, video game. Let's see how this goes. So as of right now, we are exporting them. Is it make fewer? So we can increase the price of engines by making fewer of them, or maybe by exporting more of them? I guess that's what it wants, is just export more. So we'll lose productivity, but we might make the quest happy. I don't care about making the quest happy. Thanks for the follow, Yako or Jaco. Good to have you, friend. Hope you have a nice day. That's getting fixed. The railway being made. Am I in a customs union with anyone else right now? I'm not. Previously I was with the British, but I couldn't understand my own economy anymore, so I'm no longer part of them. I believe I've tried to get people into my customs union, but nobody wants to join me yet. We'll check again on that, though. Portugal says no. Benin says no. That's unfortunately it. And I could join other ones, but I really don't want to do so. Because yeah, I get confused then. And so much of this game for me is just not getting confused. Okay, so the Agrarian Party has really improved in the world. Even though they're just made of the rural folk. And the rural folk don't really get to vote, I thought. It's strange, strange, strange. We'll see who wins this thing. There we go! We're now patronizing realistic art. The Arts Academy of Flanders has become a major center of the realist movement, producing some of the finest works of our generation. Realism depicts the world as it is, warts and all, rather than the world we might like it to be. It seeks not only to be true to how objects appear, but also be true to the average boring people too. We could say art for us all. We get even more art produced at the Arts Academy. Art is so cheap right now, we probably don't care about that. Could we capture reality even more perfectly, learn about the camera, or the world is grim, the capitalists gain power? I'm going to try to go towards the camera. That seems good. I don't know what the camera's used for in the game yet, but neat. Artillery is still way too expensive. Small arms are more expensive also. So earlier we were checking to see 1 second. Wait, what just changed? So somehow in the past like 20 minutes or so, people have started wanting to buy my fine art. Awesome. Okay, then what do we get rid of to make up for that? Okay. Realism changes everything. Oh, if a country doesn't have an art academy themselves, art has null value. Oh, that's interesting. Thank you for telling me that. I had no idea. Absolutely no idea. I also realized just now that we don't have any glassworks. We should probably make one of those. Oh boy. Gotta have at least one of everything, right? Alright. Give me a glassworks, and maybe a munitions plant also. Alright, so once more to the capital. Let's go make 5 of you. That seems fun. The same thing with ammunition and such. Once more in the capital. Lead is going to get very, very pricey. I believe we are making some lead already. Ah, we will be soon. Let the buildings go for a while. Okay, Wallonia is almost fixed there. Alright, so the price of art just went from 50 money to 213 money. Look forward to seeing if the price of art just spirals up and up and up and up. Is there a next level of art? Yeah, photography is the next one. We gotta research cameras, and then that's all to finish that one. For rifling, we have to have level 3 arms industry making rifles. Whaling, we need to have functional whaling station and an admiral. Okay, let's check the arms manufactory. I thought we already had them on rifling. Oh, we have to have 3 of them. We only have 2. Tell me about the whaling place. Still just employment coming in very slowly. For a while, though, we had the money fixed. No longer, no longer. That's okay. That's okay. Soon enough. Let's go and see what goods are especially expensive for my peasant folk. Hardwood, huh? So something just changed in a big way that's making us consume hardwood that we weren't before. I don't know if we have any wood production here. Let's see if we can make some. Yeah, we have 7 logging camps, and that's absolutely it. So definitely getting more would be good. Continue stacking in Wallonia. And kicking those up is probably a very good idea. Try to fix that problem. The railway first. The labor movement! No. No. Absolutely not. The trade unions are still 6%. We're not currently suppressing, but we're getting close to being able to do so again. France and Prussia are fighting over the Rhineland, apparently. As part of what? Oh, it's just a straight-on war. No, it's not. It's actually not. It's still Prussia and Baden fighting. But it's for control of what? It's war here. Oh, so it is Prussia and Baden still. It's just take over Baden, correct? War goals are here. There we go. Yeah, that's what it is. Best of luck to you both. Election in 20 days. The rural folk are going to win. It's going to be terrible. In 1848, the monarchy in France will fall apart. You're still happily being a constitutional monarch. What are we? I think we're about the same, aren't we? That's Denmark. That's, Netherlands. Yeah, we're also a constitutional monarchy. Could we roll that back to just being an autocrat? Are the rural folk into that kind of thing? Where is that? Where is voting? There it is. So no, the landowners want it. The rural folk don't care. Happy election, everybody! That's a lot of power for everybody. Alright. It is time for a reform. The Agrarian Party got a whole bunch of votes. But bring them to government, that does not help. I don't understand why not. If I kick out the Catholics, nobody loves that either. I just don't understand the buttons. Oh, man. Alright, so apparently if I leave things just the way they are, everybody's fine. I just don't... Hey, there we go. I bring the liberals in, they like that too. Just not the rural folk. Alright, time for maximum unity government. I just need you all to please pass my current law. That's all I want. Delightful button pushing. Positive on cash. Finally, finally, finally. The arms manufacturer is coming. Let's go ahead and check and see what we could potentially import or export. Alright, so all three of these we can allegedly export. However, they're still too expensive to finish this bit of the tutorial. Alright, so coal needs to get to negative 20, it's negative 18. Steel's at negative 11. Sorry, steel's at positive 3.5. Iron's at negative 11. Are we choosing to export any of those? I just want this quest to go away. We're not choosing it rid of steel. Or iron. It's happening, it's not my choice. And nobody is currently buying coal. Okay, so we just need to produce more of these, and then this will go away someday, someday, someday. The iron is coming in a big way. Hold off on that. Oh my goodness, this game sometimes. Now that we're big and positive on money, we're going to make another run at the Congo River Expedition. We had our explorer die, unfortunately, so it's probably a pretty rough time this time. So, we have General Louis Yvan, our local commander, or Andre Lamport Naipel, also a local commander. So the fellow who's running the Congo. Wait a second. We didn't rehire in the Congo, unfortunately. That's what I was hoping I could send. Alright, so the 74-year-old or the 63-year-old. This person's Cautious Surveyor versus Woodland Combat Expert, rather. I'm not sure it really matters between the two. Sure, you gotta go. I would also like to go ahead and hire a commander in the Congo. A rural guy or a trade union guy. Romantic oh! This is the game mocking me. Saying, remember that part where you had an explorer? Remember that part when you wanted to start a general? This would have been so helpful. With a ridiculous beard, he would have found the expedition's finishing point. Very well. Very well. What's the reward for expedition? I have no idea. I keep doing them, I keep failing them, unfortunately. Hello, Azule. Belgian ruler never visited the Congo as a hands-off operation. Have you seen the title of my stream? My stream's title is that joke. It came to me in the shower this morning. I'm very proud of myself for it. There are only so many jokes we can make about hands before we feel bad about it. So all the lost money right now is the expedition. We're up to 1.6 money in interest also. The expedition's arrived. Best luck to you all again. One of the leaders of the armed forces gave a fiery speech in favor of colonial exploitation. So he could get plus 15%, heading towards 50, or instead say that was a great thing the leader did. Would make him happier, would make the armed forces more powerful. I mean, they're kind of weakening. They're kind of weakening right now, so I'm considering doing that. It's a 5-point difference. Yes, let's strengthen the armed forces. Surely they love that. 50% finally. I think we've been trying this for how long? Happily, the game does not tell me when we started this law. It's been literally 2 or 3 hours in real time. So, oh man, oh man, oh man. So we went ahead and made the shell gun. We went ahead and made a new arms industry building. No, it's not done. 22 weeks till it's done. We'll ignore that for the moment. That shouldn't cheapen artillery. Okay, I'd like to go ahead and look at my peoples. And see who has the worst standard of labor in the whole wide world. And so no one's absolutely... What's the one again? Struggling. Everyone's at least impoverished. So, peasants... Okay, no, the peasants of South Cameroon are not doing terribly well. So we gotta make more jobs in South Cameroon. No surprise there at all. The things you all buy, though. Include what? Wait, you're paying taxes on luxury furniture as a mere laborer? Fancy, aren't you? Where's the place finding that price again? How much you're spending on things? At least everyone's impoverished. Thank goodness for poverty. It could be worse, I swear. This button here. There we go. So furniture's real expensive. Groceries are still priced around I'd like. Can I see that across like the entirety of the population? No, you can only see it looking at the individual groups. I think it matters in what's it called? It matters in state by state as opposed to the whole nation. Peasants in Wallonia? Oh, they're big, angry, impoverished. So how can I fix that? Their wealth is 10. They are making money every single month. But they're a little lower than they should be. Their standard of living could be increasing because they have wealth. But how can I fix this? Cheaper furniture, cheaper grain. So they want both grain and groceries. So in cheapening grain, in cheapening furniture. We're not really making much furniture at all. But we are possibly able to import furniture from the good people of Sweden. That's right, surprise IKEA playthrough. USA wants to give me furniture. So too does China. We're still pausing on bureaucracy. Great. We now know about canneries. So we can fix the food industries even more. Do that first. I've moved to canneries. We consume more of what? Less grain. More iron, more fish. I don't know that we're really producing fish at all. Sure, we can do that. And then what comes next? So rubber mastication, yum, seems really good. We haven't found a single rubber plantation, though. I know we'll find it eventually. I just don't know when. The open hearth. A steel mills to be even better production. Dynamite. So in the military, we were told that there's some kind of quest we can do as long as we don't get repeaters yet. In society, as long as the intellectuals don't hate me, I think I'm going to try to knock out nationalism, which is necessary for getting civilizing mission, allowing us to prevent malaria entirely eventually. So the intelligentsia are currently good with us. Cheaper society research, gotta love it. So nationalism it is. All this is for Belgium, thank goodness, thank goodness. Our economy is still in shambles. I always wonder, like, is there just one button I could find that would fix everything? Buying more and more fish. That will help with the canneries for sure. Okay. It is not terribly productive. So a lot of our trade routes seem pretty darn strong. The engines are not especially anymore, so I'll get rid of them. If people want to come import them, they definitely could do so. Crocodiles. Crocodiles eating my people. Coin flip of do they live or do they die. Twice in a row, the crocodile event is going against us. Twice in a row, our man has died. Progress but peril. The church has dropped 1 point of approval. Unfortunately. We need to get some more loyalists there. We can do that by raising standard of living, of course. Cheaper goods, cheaper goods, cheaper goods. And so now we're producing enough groceries. The groceries are very inexpensive. If I'm trying to buy my coal for now, it's fine too. Too many trade routes. I gotta stop just excitedly adding more and more trade routes. All productive. Oh man, the British are barely paying for tea anymore. Well, I'll see if we can find a better place to send the tea eventually. Okay. Artillery's really expensive. It's being bought by the Dutch? Wait, the Dutch are going to use the artillery against me. Why are we permitting this? Seems like absolute shenanigans. So I was saying that anything that's getting me under 10 money, we shouldn't do, but very little of it's under 10 money right now. Alright, rear column and malaria 2. So some of our crew on the expedition have malaria. We're going to invite them to rest for a while. They still gain some peril and it falls backwards. Wait, either way, we get minor peril. We can gain progress, or 25% chance of my leader getting sick. Push on. Did he get sick? They're all standing by. Who do we send? I don't remember who we sent as our expedition commander. He must be just fine. Next up, the rear column. We arrived at a missionary camp, finding there was food and rest we've been craving. The lack of ailments during our journey has tempted a man to request the division of the expedition. The lack of ailments? Didn't we all just get malaria? Anything similar to this expression I've never seen before, or I had in my younger years, when fascination and hope were mixed with ambition and desire. Oh, I wasn't touched. I was terrified. The skin surrounding his mouth was not curved into a smile, but cracked into ecstasy. Let me stay behind, Andre Lambert Niples. I'm begging you. Alright, so Niples is the one who is in charge. He does not have Yeah, he doesn't have malaria. He's also a politician. Is he the leader of the bourgeoisie? So this guy is a general, leader of the bourgeoisie, and on an expedition. I can't imagine how he's controlling his interest group. Like, writing lots and lots of letters from the heart of Africa and hoping they get there in time. We can't ensure feeding all of our men. We leave a man behind. Expedition slows down. Or we cannot divide the expedition. We gain some peril, but progress. I don't want peril. Yeah, at this point, though, it's not showing me how much peril we have. It seems to pop in and out of existence. I don't quite know why. People want my donuts, but not that much. Clothes, grain, furniture. I was talking about importing furniture. Do we have enough bureaucracy to do that? Let's see. We don't. Never mind. Oh, such a swing. So we probably need to make furniture ourselves, with the wood we're going to be pulling in pretty soon. Okay. That one. Logging camp throughout the bottom. We're going to need that and more fabric for making furniture. Let's go ahead and add the building. We won't build it quite yet, but they're started in the capital. We'll continue in the capital. Probably also make more things in my gradually increasing colony down here, because we have a whole bunch of people on subsistence farming. As of right now, we have 19 unemployed dudes. So if we were to go ahead and try to increase this, it would not be helpful, because people are going into employment almost as soon as they come into being, I suppose. Over in Tahiti, how are things looking? Yeah, very, very few unemployed people. So we're working on it. Slow and steady wins the race. The White Fog. Once again, our poor expedition has gotten lost. Let's wait for a while. No more peril, thank you. And Britain is currently buying all my groceries. So I'll probably raise the price for my poor people. People want fruit. Fruit is currently worth very little money. The Chinese are desperate for fruit. Alright, so can I get more convoys or more bureaucracy? I keep having just enough bureaucracy to run all these trade routes. Probably building a new bureaucracy building would help. And we're not currently building one, are we? Nope. We'll add another one of those somewhere. And we can just stack them in our capital. Okay, that will help a whole bunch. Wallonia is again needs some assistance on its infrastructure. So once more with the railway. Two more of those. And those do need to go to the top, unfortunately. As with the government administration building. We'll probably need more engines again. Hey, look at that! So by focusing on standard of living just a little bit, our overall standard of living has increased nicely. Unfortunately, it's mostly gone to the richest folks. Oh no. Let's talk about wealth gap a little bit. On the whole, our nation is doing better. The poor folks, they're trying. Yeah, I believe it's the case that our standard of living for the rich folks went from like middling to affluent very quickly. I'm sorry, poor folks. We're trying, I swear. Yeah, not a great surprise for sure. And we do need convoys. Okay. Can we build improved ports? I believe we can. I believe we have port possibilities in a bunch of places. Now this is very strange that you can you can create more ships in the colonies and they benefit the entire world. I guess it makes sense because you are moving things out of those places. Yeah, there's probably too many ports, but it'd be nice to have them anyway. Okay. I'd love to just stop constructing for a moment, just see how much money we're pulling if so. We appear to have fixed the hardwood problem we had earlier. Yeah, we're good on wood. We're good on hardwood, not good on wood. As right now, everything is at least functional, which is great. People want porcelain. I'm not going to import it yet, but it'd be very productive to bring it in. Once our governmental building is done, we'll do that. Unexpected guest. As the expedition encounters a group of suspicious traders, one of the men claims to be a new Grenadine ambassador, kidnapped by these mercenaries. What is New Grenadine? New Granada. Alright, so not Old Granada, New Granada. Their hands were stained with the color of earth, grass, and rusty blood. Their faces smiled when they saw us, and I looked at my men with severe expression. No man smiles this deep in the jungle. One of them approached us, spoke in a foreign language that one of the younger boys could recognize. And they're merchants, he said. They want to know if we want to sell anything. Explorers! Another voice shouted, coarse, desperate. These men kidnapped me months ago. Thieves, mercenaries, criminals. I'm the new Grenadine ambassador. Free me from this treacherous fate. Alright, so my leader is convinced that some craziness is afoot. They might be traitors. They might be an ambassador. They may be trying to eat us. So get the man to safety. New Granada appreciates that. How do we know he's not lying? Ignore him and get progress. I can't imagine New Granada matters this at all. Oh boy. Where is New Granada, allegedly? I don't want to say that South America is irrelevant to us, but South America is irrelevant to us. So let's not care about that. Progress! Let's talk about the 33% on this finally. Slow but steady. And again, the wild swings. So actually, the swing is not so wild. It's more just because it's 0 and 2,000 above, 2,000 under. It's a little hard for me to see, like, what exactly is happening that's causing the money to change. It's just the month-to-month changes in the market, I assume. But we're only paying 1,800 in interest. Good, good. Grocery is cheap, fish is cheap. Happy peasants. They're still impoverished. I think when they hit 15, they stop being impoverished. So it's getting real close to freedom for that. Combos getting built very soon. Trading Enclave. The expedition has reached an Arabian outpost of trading merchants. That's weird. Who have offered to exchange their food for part of our ammunition and weapons. This does not look very jungly, so perhaps we got lost. We followed the immense uncoiled snake, its head in the sea, its body at rest, curving afar over a vast country, its tail lost in the depths of the land. We followed that tail like a group of voracious hunters, and then the serpent was lost. I think we're confused. When we emerged from the jungle, a small enclave was laid before us, its inhabitants dressed in the fashion of men north of the desert. They looked at us with curious eyes and pointed at the weapons. Food, one of them said, showing our hungry and defeated hunters a loaf of bread. If we buy food, peril goes down. If we demand to keep the guns, peril goes up, but progress increases. Again, I wish I knew my current peril level. That would really help here. Medium peril seems good. Keep it low. "15 weeks on railways." Man, railways take forever to make, don't they? I wonder if there's a way I can speed it up. But didn't I recently research something involving railways? Nationalism. No, I can't quite remember what we've done. While we're here, let's look at these. So we still don't have a level 3 building on rifles. Can we address that? With steel cars, or I think I may have already upgraded to steel cars. But we'll see. The armed manufactory is indeed 3. We go to smooth bores. That's not rifling, is it? That gives us more artillery and fewer small arms. That's fine. We're already doing rifling. Okay, so the issue then is that we don't have enough workers. They're showing up gradually. We swear they're showing up gradually. We just need to get the cash reserves up enough that it's over what percentage again? Nothing. It just have enough workforce. Okay. One of these days, one of these days. Let me make sure I already turned steel. Yeah, steel passenger carriages are online already. Alright, the food industries are producing absolutely nothing. So fish was super expensive for a moment. It then dropped substantially. We're not full of workers there quite yet. It's possible I built too many buildings in Flanders too quickly. Even though Flanders still has a bunch of peasants, 123,000, they're not converting quite fast enough. Wallonia has the same problem. There's no unemployment. Let's check the colonies. So there's a little bit of unemployment in Tahiti. I believe they're currently heading in the direction of, yeah, joining the whaling station. We just need to hang out and stop building stuff for a while, I think. Which I've probably said 10 or 20 times so far. Need to repair our boat. Yes, indeed. Build some bureaucracy, increase education. Oh, that helps people gain their jobs faster, doesn't it? So education's already maxed out, unfortunately. We could try to research more. But unfortunately we are locked there right now. Alright, Among Us. We are currently having someone steal all of our food. I can't have more peril, so the expedition continues despite someone stealing my stuff. What's my institution cap? It's a heck of a question. I haven't built any universities recently, so it might be good to have those. Yeah, I haven't built any universities at all since the start of this playthrough. But I'm not surprised that we haven't had much growth there. More building, more building, more building. Alright. For the next 10 minutes of real time, I'm not going to build anything new. I'm just going to sit back and let things get knocked out. However, how interesting is this? Finland has revolted. They're capitalists. They want power. Also, there's a current fight in Indonesia attacking the Netherlands. It's the Dutch East Indies aristocratic revolt. Cool. Cool. It is now 1:33 my time. At 1:43, I will release myself to build more things. We just want to work our way through all this and then do nothing else for a while. We can look at stuff, we can say, oh, how interesting that the Catholic Church has become terribly suppressed. What happened? What happened? Your cloud is dropping in a big, big way. Huh. Like, I recognize time is going by. Oh, part of it is that he is a bandit. So and nobody wants to be part of him. Very unpopular. Isolde, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Do you believe I can go 10 minutes? So I probably want to bolster them, or just do anything to give us one more point. Getting more loyalism would be nice. And the best way to do that is to increase standard of living. However, we're not going to push any buttons. Alright, unfortunately a member of the expedition has drowned over the night. We're at medium peril. So we're getting peril either way. Minor peril versus big peril. Find him, please. Sokoto has been trying to improve relations with me. They're an unrecognized power with 73 battalions. So they're a real country. I don't know how their military counts against ours. They have a 73 army power projection because of their technological sophistication. If you look at me, by comparison, ours is 84 with 24 battalions. So we have many fewer troops that are much better troops in some ways. Yeah, I would like to build some barracks. However, we push no buttons. Why does my banana plantation have low productivity? Everybody's employed. Maybe train tickets are a little too expensive. What's this balance mean? So we're producing fewer here than we're consuming. However, over the whole nation, we're producing more than enough. I wonder why productivity is so bad here. Maybe because their wages at all. This is the part where we need slavery, clearly, to fix this problem. Yeah, I don't know. Nationalism unlocked. Bonus to authority. We can have more taxes and such. Or we can support the church and try to make them stronger. This is also useful for unlocking civilizing mission. And that'll be good after a bit. I can check the barracks of my enemy here and see what they're doing. Awesome. Thank you very much indeed for the good thought, Discount. Check their barracks. It's kind of building. See, their building, I need to be inside of a state, I think. Here we go. They have offensive rates, defensive rates. Not sure how to read all this, but interesting. Interesting. We'll need to make more folks. Okay. So as we're gradually having a dropping off there of the failed expeditions, the 2 failed ones so far, we're getting enough authority to do things. So I would like to support the church to get my birth rate increase. For that, though, we need to have... I can't push the button. We have to have 200 authority. Interesting. You're not allowed to spend over on authority like you can on bureaucracy. Hey, Saucy. How's my gaming going? I'm having a really good time. It's only my second playthrough of Victoria 3, but I'm really enjoying learning the mechanics, learning the fun we're having, etc., etc. So it's cool. It's cool to see how the game goes. So in a brief moment, we'll spend all of our authority on bolstering this. Also, attack on the river. So we've succeeded at fighting off the natives once and failed once also. It really is 50-50. If we run, we gain progress, but we don't get more peril. Now, I wonder if running means that eventually we'll meet them again, and then there will be peril. We're running away. The expedition leaves as quickly as they can. We rushed to get out of there, took a fork in the river. It wasn't the right way, but it was the safe way. Alright, awesome. And then, into the jungle. The jungle is even bigger than we thought. We're lost and so on. We can ration our food, lowering peril, or we can try to force our way on. Once again, peril goes down. Still medium peril, and we're halfway through the expedition. Can't wait to see what we get on that. Okay, speaking of getting things, I really don't want to go for repeaters because there is a quest I'm working on, allegedly. What could be good here? I can't mechanize workshops. It feels like we're a little behind the times on having not done that yet. It would help with clothes making, I guess. That could be nice. Other than that, I mean, steel has mattered a bunch in this playthrough. So let's check the price of our steel-related things and the price of our clothes. So clothes are still really expensive, especially the non-luxury clothes. So yeah, I would like to go ahead and research the item that helps with clothing. Boss. Oop, good. Good. It is now 1:40. I've made it 7 minutes so far without building anything else. Good. Decadent priorities. The Catholic Church has questioned the morality of importing luxuries, while the high price of grain is a concern for many poor folks. I think we're in the process of building farms to fix that, aren't we? Apparently we already made all the farms, and yet grain prices are still pretty darn high. Interesting. He put down the crate with more force than necessary to emphasize a point. We know better than anyone how many shipments get hauled on these docks every day. Don't tell me the price of a loaf of bread has nothing to do with this fancy stuff we're hauling today. It's the voice of the stevedore. We can say we're going to try to import grain also, or let them eat brioche. Alright, so the Marie Antoinette solution causes the church to dislike us by 2. They currently like me +9. I really need them happier. So I'm going to go ahead and import some grain. One recognizes that you can do it, and then turn it right off again. What is the price of grain anyway? It's not that high. It's a little high, but come on, video game. Come on. Alright, we can get grain from China. Swell. Mission accomplished. The church appreciates your efforts. Oh! I'm so glad I did that. So what changed? So they're grateful that I brought in more food. And they give me the birth rate increase. Maybe it's the standard of living of the poor folk went up sufficiently that we got more loyalists, and that led to a +1% approval. I have no idea. Go ahead and strengthen that, it's good. Do I know how much to check to see how much my pop is on needs? So earlier today we spent probably, I don't know, 10 minutes hunting for it. I know where it is. So if we go to the population page, and then we mouse over a subgroup picture, and then we go to wealth. No, if we go to standard of living, and then go to this number here, boop, you will see what people are spending all their money on. That's what we discovered after hunting through so many pages. Now, I wasn't actually looking for this thing. I was looking for wealth. To my knowledge, this is the only place on the entire world to find wealth. And it turns out that wealth is roughly the same as standard of living, but there are different numbers, in fact. You can also see at the top of standard of living. Okay, cool. Yeah, you can also get there here. Cool, sounds good. So the lower strata is the one I care about right now. Apparently they want porcelain. What's wrong with you people? Genuinely, what is wrong with you people? Yeah, clothes are the big problem though. Yeah, clothes, groceries, but especially clothes. Okay. I believe we are actually working on that already. There was some respect in which we were working on clothes. What was that? The thing we're researching right now will allow us to make clothes more better. We could stop making luxury clothes and focus only on basic clothes, but I want to be getting money off of taxes for that, so we'll keep as is. Hello, Vera. How goes Victoria 3? What have we learned today? We've learned a lot about colonization. Our first playthrough was just like Sweden economy. This time we are learning how colonization works just very, very, very slowly. So far, no one has attacked us down here, and that amazes me. We haven't discovered any new resources to the best of my mind, but things, they are improving gradually. That's pretty darn cool. We got lots of money there, very low unemployment. Thing is good. Things are good. Expedition pop-up, we got some progression. We're at like 66, 70% expedition. Are we gonna do it? Are we gonna win? We're positive on money right now also. We haven't added any building in quite a long time. You know what? I'm going to do another 10 minutes. We went more than 10 minutes not adding anything to the construction queue. Let's do 10 minutes more. Folks want migration controls. Also, how long have I been trying to enact this law? Holy cow. So it's been a very long time at like 25%. It's up to 71%. It's gotta pass this time. Someday. We're currently negative 600,000. Just need to wait for many, many, many weeks. And we'll get positive there. I have cargo ships available to sell things. How's whaling progressing? It's a very good question. Let's check that out. So whaling is in Tahiti. The rural building. That's Flanders. That's the fishing wharves. Oh, I can make fish here. For whatever reason, I thought I couldn't find a fishing spot. There it is. Alright, full employment, yes. On the whaling stations, making some money. Hovering a very small amount of oil. So is oil wanted by anybody in the world? The Chinese barely. We'll hold on to it. We future-proof ourselves. That is nice. And then we're also thinking about, right, the Ahab quest. So for this, has a building level of 3. If we move it up to level 3, we're not going to have enough workers, but that would be a good thing. However, pushing this button would lead to me failing in my quest. So we'll add that later. And then a message. Portugal wants to enter into a trade agreement between us. I don't know if we're exporting or importing anything from Portugal. I think we are. We're going to continue saying no to them. A generous president. Mr. President, thank you. The expedition has stopped their journey through Lega at a local village where Chieftain Kisula Alanga has kindly offered a gift exchange as a token of peace. We arrived at dawn. We heard noises and what we thought to be human voices in the middle of the jungle. Our tired bodies could only focus on those voices. Any voices apart from our own. We arrived at dawn. Wait, I'm sorry, what? What? We arrived at dawn again, and they were not expecting us, but they had already seen some of our kind. The man who looked like their leader came to us, announcing his name was Kisla, and with concise and friendly gestures invited us to spend the day with them, handling a necklace to my own surprised self. Okay, we could give them a gift also, slowing ourselves down, or we have no time to fraternize. So if we don't fraternize, we get more progress. I wonder what, if anything, we gain by exchanging gifts. Let's be good guys. Let's be good guys. What's happening up here? Tell me about the war, please. Okay, so the Russians are defeating the Finnish aristocrats with 622 mobilized battalions versus 5. And then furthermore, I'm so confused. It is very confusing, all these pictures, but good luck to you all. We wish you the best of luck. We just made something. I don't recall what it was, but it surely mattered. Middle managers are giving us more bureaucracy again. We can probably afford another trade caravan then. Let's go ahead and see what would benefit us the most on that. So groceries are again super cheap. I want to keep them super cheap to help the poor folks. We have no porcelain. I want porcelain. Buy it from China. Buy it from the US of A. 85% or so. Money, money, money. Bureaucracy. So middle managers fell off, and so now we're low on bureaucracy again. I wonder why it went up a moment ago. So it went up just barely and then down just barely. If we maintain the small hole we're in, we lose taxes. Alright, alright. We just started 2 very nice trade routes for porcelain. We'll undo one of those. The coal exportation, I'm going to hold my coal for now. Not fix it. We need to make our own grain eventually. Porcelain's still crazy expensive. We're very close to positive, so I'm going to leave it as is. See what happens. It's only a little bit of tax loss. Tiny little bit. Tiny little bit. Into the jungle once more. Once again, we're lost in the jungle. We're at grave danger. Anything to lower peril. Ration the food. Whew. It seems occasionally that the peril moves way up or way down without me really doing anything. It's always a little surprising when that happens. This is our first ever glassworks getting made. So that will allow us to put our food in glass jars, I believe. Is that the only place we use glass, I wonder? Oh, you know what? This is not... this is not make more groceries. This is make more booze instead. We're still making some groceries. However, who doesn't love booze? And also, we can now increase our textile mills. All of them. And who else can get machines here? Yeah, it might be good to have 2 separate food industries. One for booze and one for standard food. Where else can mechanized workshops go? Furniture manufacturers also. Where are those? There they are. Tools, wood, cloth. Fine. Alright, so we finished shooting that. We can learn about electricity next. I have no idea how electricity works in this game. I'm not sure I want to find out quite yet. Next up, more steel, more good. Our steel price is apparently too expensive still. Plus 14,000 money. Wow. Getting so much closer. If we've actually managed to fix our economy and also get the expedition done, I'm going to call this a completely successful stream. It'll be the best stream in a very, very, very long time. We're number 9 in the world. Are we going to end up as a great power? I mean, there aren't that many great power slots, so I don't think so. Like, maybe someday, but someone else would have to fall off. Do we hope that finally. Do we hope that either Prussia or Austria eat each other? I don't know. I don't know how to think about this at all. But I worry as our prestige goes up and up and up, eventually we'll get eaten. But maybe they'll see us as a valuable trade partner and leave us alone instead. After, I don't know, 5 years, even longer, we now have colonial exploitation. Everybody loves this. Colonies are established to exploit the area for natural resources and cheap labor. We are surely the very, very, very bad guys. But that's okay. We can then go ahead and kick up another level. No, we can't. No, we can't. Because we need a little bit more bureaucracy first. Glass has gotten expensive. We are making the glass to catch up on that. What does glass use as an input? Gotta find what's actually functional already. Okay, apparently none are functional. The first one's getting done right now. Then we can see what goes into it. The 7 cataracts. We definitely need some optometrists. While walking through the forest of Lunda Katanga, the expedition follows the rumor of water currents until reaching uncharted waterfalls. It was like raising a curtain. The greenness of the jungle had made us forget all the other colors. We were deaf to the vivacity of the world. And there it was. Finally. We'd penetrated deeper and deeper into the heart of darkness and pierced it with our teeth. We'd eaten and swallowed it, emerging back with bloody hands, bloody mouth, red, a new color. We pushed the vegetation aside, walking through wood, leaves, stone. Blue, white. The waterfalls were standing before us, inviting, grand, inspiring, savage. They looked like the only source of water in a world of thirst. From now on, they'll be known as the Niples Falls. This is the Lualaba River Falls. Okay. I need to go over here without touching Niples. There we go. So bonus prestige. Is this, I don't know what river Victoria Falls are on. Probably not the same one. But I like the idea we name something after our commander instead of Queen Victoria. Anyway, more progress, more prestige for 5 whole years. And gosh, our leader of the... Which group are you? Leader of the Petite Bourgeoisie is more popular. Cool. 90%. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. I need more convoys. I think we have more ports marked. We do. I'm gonna mark those up after a couple of the glassworks. Standard living, still impoverished for the lower class, but getting very close to that 15 we want. We succeeded. On our 3rd attempt, we have succeeded. Andre Lambert Niples returned triumphantly. The course and source of the Congo River have been plotted. Coming back home is supposed to be the easiest part, and in a sense it certainly was. But the jungle had forever taken us, ravished our souls in revelry and terror. A part of us forever stayed there. When I closed my eyes there, I saw my family. When I close my eyes here, I can see only a persistent and drowning green. The hero's journey, Niples returns, but he has changed. Excellent news. Even more prestige. Niples is an explorer, so we can send him out again. And he's even popular. I expect that Niples might be the most popular person in the entire world right now. He is profoundly loved. Profoundly loved. And we have plus 20,000 money because we're no longer supporting the expedition. Amazing. Okay. So the Niger River, the Nile, fancy expedition. If you have a level 10 university, and Arts Academy, and level 20 Urban Center. One of these days. One of these days, one of these days, one of these days. We'll try to find an interest in the Niger area next, probably. Or in Zanj. We'll see, we'll see. Gosh, a lot of money. Alright, what do we use our lots of money on? I think we're going to have to decide that tomorrow, friends. I hate to say it. I've had a lot of fun. I've been streaming for about 5.5 hours. That's about how long I usually stream on these, my longer days. Tomorrow's a Wednesday my time, so I'll bet to be teaching, but I will be streaming at 8:30 a.m. Japan time. We'll continue this playthrough here. I continue to live in absolute terror of the Dutch and the Prussians eating me. Other than that, things are expanding pretty darn well. We're becoming a not half bad international power. I mean, very bad in some respect. Look at that! We are second from being the top. Now, a bunch of that prestige is coming in via our successful expedition. It'll go away at some point, but that was a good time. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Thanks for visiting me. Back again tomorrow. Consider throwing a follow if you enjoy the show. You had a feeling I might work in academia? Right you are. Big old nerd stream. Anyway, folks, thanks for the fun. See you again real soon. Appreciate ya. And goodbye. Thank you and goodbye.